dragon child Ranma and the gang belong to Rumiko Takahashi. I just write this for fun. Telepathic communication less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 1 Blood Bond. No. I cannot stand it anymore. You know the rules, Shojin. We cannot interfere with human affairs. He will perish if he's thrown into that pit. That is not our concern. Besides, even if you do save him, the council would not like it. And there's no way you could bring him here anyway. There is one way. You are not serious. Watch me. The council isn't going to like this. Let me worry about them. Jean Masodom was an idiot. No surprise there. Although he was considered a good martial artist, his idea to train his 6-year-old son in the cat fist left much to be desired. As he wrapped his son up in fish sausage, he suddenly got an idea. By no means a good one. He figured that if he used twice as many cats and half the amount of fish sausage, he could get the boy to learn even faster than what was said in the training manual. The manual said that the trainee must be savaged by the cats in order for him to gain the power of the cat fist. This proved to be a grave miscalculation. With twice as many of the hungry felines and so little food to go around, Ranma was savaged beyond human endurance. The hunger-maddened cat slashed his body to ribbons, trying to get at what little food was available. The young boy's screams quickly died down to barely a whisper as he laid on the floor of the pit, his life's blood pooling around him. Ranma knew he was dying. He could feel his body beginning to feel cold and numb. His head began to feel dizzy from the massive loss of blood. Many of the cats had bit him with rabid intensity, while trying to get at the sausage. They had taken large chunks of his flesh and had reduced him to a quivering, bloody mass. As he waited for the end, he heard a slight sound in the darkness. It sounded like the flapping of leathery wings. Ranma showed him. Who's there? I am. Shojin. I can feel your pain and I cannot stand to see one so young and innocent in such a state. I can also sense that you are dying. I know. I can save you. I can make you well. However, there is a price. I don't have any money. No, Ranma. It is not you who must pay the price. I must be the one to pay it. I am willing to do this, but I need your permission to do so. Will you accept my offer of a blood bond? Blood bond? Yes. With very little time and your life force grows weak. If you accept my offer, I will give you some of my power. It will make you better. But, with this pledge, I must take you from this place and away from your father. This caused the young boy to hesitate. His father had been a hard taskmaster, but it was the only life that he knew of. Will I ever see him again? The one called Shojin became concerned. Things were going to be difficult if the boy was going to remain loyal to his father. However, time was running out. The child would soon be beyond even his help if he did not act now. In time. Perhaps. However, I would prefer that you never ever see him again. He is the worst excuse for a father I have ever seen. I will take over in raising you. You have great potential and I will not see it wasted by Jean's idiocy. I shall teach you many things and care for you as if you were my own hatchling. This will be my gift to you. Ranma was a bit confused by the term hatchling, But now was not the time. He was fading fast. So, if I say yes, then I'll be all better. That is correct. Ranma thought about his life with his father for the past year. It had been hard and extremely difficult. Not at all like it was back home with his mother. Ranma had kept him isolated from others. They never stayed in one place for very long. His father had made him do things that seemed wrong. He had made him take things from other people, saying that it was all a game. He had made him lie to others and fed him nothing but rice. Just as he thought he was about to gain a friend in that boy who could make okonomiyaki, his father had once again made him leave everything. Now, he had done this to him. Ranma's body was about to become a corpse, and here this stranger was offering a chance for him to be free of Ranma's influence. In almost the barest of whispers, Ranma said, "Yes." In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm as if something was biting him. At first, he thought it was another of the cats, but he then felt a blessed peace overwhelm him. He closed his eyes and waited. Standing near the edge of the pit, Ranma was wondering what was going on. The cats had stopped yowling and there had been no sounds of any kind for more than 10 minutes. He decided to see what was going on and lifted the lid to the pit. Cautiously leaning forward, he peered into the darkness. Ranma was gone. There was nothing left of the boy except for a small pool of blood on the floor of the pit. Some of the hungry cats were lapping up the crimson liquid as the last of the fish sausage was devoured. The fat martial artist turned white as he began rubbing his neck nervously. How was he going to explain to Nodoka that he had lost their only child to a pit of starving cats? Ranma Sodom awoke in what appeared to be a small cave. As he sat up on the floor of the cave, he looked down at himself and noticed that his body was totally healed. All the terrible cuts and gashes were totally healed without a trace of scars. His GI was still shredded, but they did not have the horrible blood stains. He noted that on his right forearm was a small mark, a tattoo. It depicted a small red dragon with wings. It was then that he heard the flapping of leathery wings. Looking above him, he saw a red blur dart overhead. It then made a beeline towards where he was sitting and landed in front of him. Ranma's eyes widened as he took a long look at it. The creature was roughly the size of a small mouse cat and its body was similar to a quadrupedal dinosaur, but it had brightly colored, red scales. On its shoulders were bat-like wings that were currently folded down its back. Its head was wedge-shaped and sported two curled horns mounted behind its head. As Ranma stared at it, he noted that its mouth had two sharp and pointed canines protruding upward from its lower jaw. What fascinated the boy most was how those brilliant amber eyes stared at him as it sat on its haunches. Then amazingly, he heard a voice coming from it. "Hello, Ranma. Welcome to the Dragon Realm." Ranma could swear that the dragon's mouth did not move, but he heard the voice all the same. He scrambled backward as he continued to stare at the little creature. The little dragon smiled and said, "I understand that you're a little scared and I didn't mean to frighten you. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Sojin. He made a slight bow with his head at the child. Ranma stopped moving backward as he heard that name. Shojin? Why, you were the one who saved me. That's right, Ranma. And if you're wondering how we are communicating, I'm simply projecting my thoughts by using telepathy. Dragon vocal cords were never meant for human speech. Tilapa. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. You're only 6. You don't know stuff like that. Here. Shojin lifted a paw and made a simple waving gesture. Bright sparkles of light appeared, then the boy glowed slightly with a white aura. As soon as the light faded, Ranma brightened. Wow! That was neat. Ranma thought, then became surprised. Hey! How did I do that? What was that thing you did? Shojin nodded. Oh, it was just simply a spell of comprehension. Since you already have a portion of my power within you, due to the blood bond, you are able to speak with just your mind. My spell simply explained how to use telepathy and you are now able to accomplish this. Blood bond? Ranma looked down at the tattoo on his arm and raised it for Shojin to see. You mean this thing? Shojin nodded. Yes, Ranma. That is the dragon's mark. You are now connected to my own life force, which has strengthened yours. As a result, you have become part dragon. The boy became very confused at this statement. Why you mean? Shojin shook his head. Don't worry, Ranma. You're still human. More or less. Less than actually a little less, considering. But you will find that out later. Greater than, but you will discover a few changes. In any case, I need you to follow me. Why? I'm afraid that I had made a breach of conduct by bonding with you and bringing you here to the dragon realm. The council is sort of, well, irritated at the moment. Shojin took on a sheepish look. Before Ranma could respond, the two of them were enveloped in a bright flash of light and vanished from the cavern. The two of them reappeared on a plateau near the rim of a large and quite active volcano. In less than an instant, they had been transported to a place deep within Fire Tongue Valley, the hottest area of the Inferno Plains. Ranma could feel the intense heat being emitted from the lava. Large clouds of smoke and the smell of sulfur and charcoal permeated the air. Gouts of flames periodically shot out from geysers. It was like being within purgatory, yet something about the place assured the young boy that he was not dead. He was so awestruck at the sights, he didn't notice that his body was not showing slightest bit of discomfort from the intense temperatures of the place. His nose did wrinkle a bit at the smell of brimstone. No. Shojin noted Ranma's indifference to the searing heat. Less than HMM. It looks like the blood bond has started to take effect. His skin has become as tough as a young dragon's hide and his body is compensating for the heat. Greater than Ranma turned and said to Shojin. Where are we, Shojin? Why are we here? The little red dragon looked up to his charge and replied. We are in a place called Fire Tongue Valley, which is part of the southern kingdom of fire. Look below. Ranma did so and peered over the edge of the plateau. He saw a line of reddish yellow in a deep ravine some several hundred feet below. Is that a river? Yes. Below us is the river of gold. That's pure, molten gold. The heat down there is so intense that the gold will never harden, so it flows as easily as water. However, to dragons, The monetary value of gold is meaningless. The river is steeped in magic though, collected over the millennia. Wow! I shall show you many of the wondrous sights of the dragon realm. But right now we have more important business to attend to. We are here because the Dragon Kings wish to speak with us. Dragon Kings? That's right, Ranma. There are 4 major rulers of the Dragon World, who are also members of the Great Dragon Council. He then looked up and said, and here they come now. Ranma looked up and was in awe that Lot was flying toward them. In the sky above the two was a flight of dragons. At the front of the formation were 4 that looked like Shojin but were far larger. Each one of them was about the size of a Boeing 747 and was colored differently. Behind the leaders were smaller dragons of various shapes, sizes and types. Ranma recognized the forms of a few that resembled those of Chinese and Japanese legend. Ranma was so entranced by the sight of them all that he made absolutely no move as the gigantic beasts came down for a landing on the plateau. The ground trembled and large gusts of wind were created as they touched down. The sudden updrafts threw Ranma off his feet. The boy landed on his rear, but quickly got to his feet and took a fighting stance. Ranma, I would suggest that you relax. I severely doubt that your martial arts skills would be of any use against one of the lesser members of the council, much less against a Dragon King. The little child looked up and saw that the dragons all had their eyes focused on him. Many of them were wearing amused looks as they assessed the boy. Seeing that he was about as much as a threat to them as a flea is to a leviathan, Ranma decided to follow Shojin's advice. He took an unthreatening stance and waited as the little dragon moved forward and spoke in a clear and steady voice. Hail to thee, Dragon Kings and esteemed members of the Dragon Council. The 4 Dragon Kings stepped forward a bit. The first of them, a dragon that was as black as night, spoke in a deep rumbling tone that reminded Ranma of a small earth tremor. Skip the pleasantries, Shojin. You know why you and this child had been summoned. As he spoke, Ranma gazed upon the ruler of the Northern Kingdom. He looked like the pictures of the Western-style dragons that the boy had seen in books, but his wings resembled more like the fins of a fish. He was very streamlined and appeared as a cross between a sea dragon and the Loch Ness monster. He had several long spikes protruding from the tip of his tail. Shojin paused for a moment before addressing his superior. Radarn, Dragon King of the North. I am aware of the reason why we are here. Double quote right square bracket. His voice had taken on a more humble tone. The dragon beside Radarn, a blue-colored one, spoke out in a slightly higher pitch. Shojin, you had made a blood bond with this human. A ritual that has not been practiced for over 3,000 years. You had acted without the approval of the council and brought this boy to our world. Have you forgotten about the consequences of such an act? It is our laws that we no longer directly interfere with human affairs. Ranma's attention turned his attention to the blue dragon. The Dragon King of the East had scales that shone like brilliant sapphires, and he was bulkier than his black counterpart. He resembled a dragon of King Arthur's time, with large, bat-like wings, square head and so on, but he had brilliant amber eyes that set off a stark contrast to the rest of him. Please, Sokran. great Dragon King of the East. This boy would have perished if I had not brought him here. He was about to die after his foolish father had tried to teach him the Neko-ken. This new bit of information caught the attention of some of the council members. Many of them nodded slightly as they all knew of the dreaded cat fist. A white dragon that was on the other side of radar remarked, "Well, Shojin does have a point. I didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to try that technique. Even though the manual states clearly that all users of the Neko-ken would go insane, should they even survive the training at all." The Dragon King named Shurek was the slimmest of the four, with a body that was built primarily for speed, especially in the air. His wings had scaled surfaces that resembled the feathers of a bird. His head was wedge-shaped and his body was coated in a special resin to reduce air friction. His internal systems were adapted to withstand high altitudes and the thinning air. He was among the fastest of all dragons and was well suited for a life in the Cloud Mountains. Radar snorted as he remained unconvinced. Be that it may, it was still a human affair and Shojin had no just cause to get involved. "You are forgetting yourself, almighty Dragon King of the West." Radarn's voice dripped with sarcasm at his fellow's title. The fact that this boy's father attempted to teach his son that worthless technique is proof enough that humans are nothing more than foolish creatures that are not worth the effort of helping. They are greedy, crude and have absolutely no value at all. "I beg to differ," remarked a red-colored dragon. "There have been some instances in which humankind has shown potential that is worthy of our attention." "Oh, don't tell me that you approve of Shojin's actions, Karita." "Well, you tell me. I mean, you've known Shojin longer than any of us, and so far he's never made a mistake in judgment before. I would think that he wouldn't form something as important as a blood bond with a human unless he feels that the boy has the potential." Karita was at home in the Inferno Plains, as it was part of the Southern Kingdom. He was longer than most and resembled the Chinese dragons of legend with his elongated body. However, he did have a pair of wings located behind the shoulders of his front legs. Though he looked like an oversized gecko with wings, he still commanded great respect among his subjects and the members of the Dragon Council. He was the absolute master of fire, and getting on his bad side was something to be avoided. Normally, he was mild-tempered and even whimsical at times, but get him angry and he'd reduce the offender to a cinder in a heartbeat. But this mere human isn't worth even a glance, Radarn commented as he looked over to where Ranma was standing. It was then that his eyes widened a bit as he stared at the boys. Ranma was sacred stiff as the huge beast leaned forward and took a closer gander at him. His heart was going at 200 beats per minute as the head of Radarn came closer. He could feel the hot breath of the Dragon King wafting over him. For a moment, it looked as if he would snap up the boy and devour him. Radarn gazed closely at the boy and wondered. The little human was so paralyzed with fear that he was like a statue. It would be such a simple matter to destroy him and be done with it, but something kept him from opening his jaws and crushing him between his huge teeth. It was the boy's aura. Only in a few cases had a human ever possessed such potential. The power that was slumbering within this child was more than impressive. It was at that time that he noticed a few other things as well. Radarn's vision was among the keenest in the dragon realm, as they were adapted to penetrate the dark depths of the ocean of eternity and the great abyss, where his den was located. He looked over the boy and saw the changes that his body had undergone after receiving the dragon's mark. Though his skin looked relatively normal, Radarn could see the microscopic alterations of the skin cells as they were arranged in a pattern that resembled scales. He then looked at the boy's hair. Glancing back over his shoulder, the Black Dragon King of the North compared Ranma's hair to the whiskers of one of the Chinese-type dragons that were present. Finally, the most telltale sign that he saw in Ranma's son was his eyes. The pupils were slitted. Less than impossible. A blood bond cannot cause such traits in a mere human. Added strength, speeds, durability and extended lifespan perhaps, but not much else. To cause such a physical change would mean ... Greater than the Black Dragon looked back at Sojin, who was grinning at him. You knew, didn't you? Radarn said with an accusing tone. You knew what this boy is. There can be no other explanation for the blood bond to be affecting him like this. Sojin's grin became even more pronounced. Is Ranma now worthy of our attention? He asked innocently. The rest of the dragons were more than shocked to hear of this, and the three other dragon kings looked at each other. They focused their gaze onto Ranma, and after a few moments they had come to the same discovery. Giving the others a silent nod, Sokran addressed Radarn and Sojin. Well, it seems that we had no choice. The blue dragon rose up to his full height and said, Radarn, in order for this boy to be accepted as Sojin's charge, we must all be in favor of it. I, Sokran, Dragon King of the East, do hereby approve of the blood bond between Sojin and Ranma. The white dragon also nodded as he said, I, Shurek, Dragon King of the West, also approve of the blood bond. Carrigan nodded. The Dragon King of the South also approves of Sojin's merger. Radarn gave Ranma a final glance and then gave Sojin an annoyed look. With a sigh he replied, The Dragon King of the North gives his blessings. Some time later, back in the cavern. What was that all about? Sojin replied with a bit of hesitation in his voice. Well, due to certain circumstances, they had reconsidered and approved of our blood bond. They had seen the potential within you as I had and believe that it is possible that you can realize that potential. What do you mean? Who are those big dragons? You will address them with the utmost respect, Ranma. They are the four rulers of this realm, the Dragon Kings. Dragon Kings? Yes. You see, the Dragon Realm is divided into four kingdoms, East, South, West and North. The Blue Dragon is the eldest of the Dragon Kings. He is Sokran. He is an elemental dragon of rock and he rules the Eastern Quadrant, which includes the ironwood forests and crystal caverns, where his den lies. He say, Rock Dragon? Well, his main element of control is the ground and all that is connected with it. Things such as gravity, magnetic waves, plants, rock, horse, crystals and so on. He is quite powerful and he is often the one to make the final decision in the Dragon Council. And the Red Dragon? Ranma asked. That was Karga, the Fire Dragon King of the South. That place that we were in was part of his kingdom. Naturally, he is the master of flame. He knows just about all there is to know about manipulating fire. His den is located at the end of the River of Gold. What about the White One? Shurek, White Dragon King of the West. His kingdom lies in the Cloud Mountains. He makes his home atop Mount Dragonwind, the highest point in the land. Of all the Dragon Kings, he'd probably be the easiest to make friends with. Huh? Trust me. Okay. And that black one? Shojin nodded. He's a close friend of mine. Radarn, the Water Dragon King of the North. He rules the ocean of eternity. He lives deep within the great abyss. He may seem a bit abrasive, but he is only thinking of the welfare of his fellow dragons. He will be the hardest to win over. It took me 300 years to gain his trust, but I think that you will be able to do so in less time. But do not worry, Ranma. The 4 Dragon Kings have given us their blessing, and I am confident that you will live up to their expectations. You see, there are some dragons that think that humans do have the potential to achieve great things, and there had been a growing sympathy between our 2 worlds. It was their hope that such individuals would be able to bridge the gap between humans and dragons. Ranma was a bit confused by all this but nodded for Shojin to continue. Unfortunately, many humans had feared us and coveted our power. Over the countless ages, we had been hunted down and killed by humans for magic talismans and such, and we became very distrustful of them. About 3 millennia ago, the remaining dragons had left the Earth realm and had been residing in this dimension ever since. There are still a few dragons on your world, but for the most part, we don't exist on Earth anymore. We still kept tabs on mankind as it progressed, but so far it hasn't gotten much better. So what does this all have to do with me? The blood bond is one of our most sacred rituals. When a dragon comes across an individual with whom he has deemed as worthy, he has the option of taking that person under his wing and teach him the ways of dragons. The blood bond imparts a portion of the dragon's power into that person, as I had done with you. The ritual was created long ago, when we used it in our attempts to aid mankind. Unfortunately, man's greed and violent ways made us abandon the bonding process, as many humans abused the gift that we had bestowed upon them. Many wars were started as a result of misusing the blood bond. Shojin looked serious as he gazed at Ranma. Ranma, our bond has been the first in well over 3,000 years. I gave you those powers for a reason. It is my wish that you will be able to prove yourself worthy of the dragon's blood that now courses through your veins. I have high hopes that you will be able to prove that mankind is indeed worthy. The 4 Dragon Kings have given you a chance to do your special traits. My traits? Yes, Ranma. You had certain traits within you that were activated when I gave you the dragon's mark. If I had not gotten you away from that father of yours, then you would have perished, never knowing about your untapped potential. The others are allowing me to raise and teach you for they to believe that you can achieve that potential. Do you understand? I think so. Excellent. Now, it is time for you to get settled in. Tomorrow, we shall begin. Rest assured, I shall teach you many things and show you the many wonders of our realm. You have so much potential, and I'm glad that I was able to save you. To think that idiot father of yours was putting you through that horrible catfist training. Ranma winced at the memory. Well, Pop said that it was important for me to learn it, if I wanted to be the best martial artist in the world. HMPF. That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. Shojin let off a sigh, which caused small wisps of gray smoke to be released from his mouth. I have lived for more than 5,000 years, and let me tell you, the catfist is a joke. I had seen it being created as a way to torture mankind. Trust me. You are better off without it. Even if you had survived the training, it would have left you with an irrational fear of cats. I admit, you would gain some power, but overall, the technique is more trouble than it's worth. Then how am I going to learn the martial arts? Is that all you want to know? Well, that's why I was on that training trip with Pop. The dragon smiled a bit as he said, well, I must admit, much of your potential does fall within the fighting arts. If you want to learn how to fight, then I can teach you. Really? Ranma asked. Yes. I have seen every martial art and fighting skill ever developed on Earth. I know every trick and special technique, both in armed and unarmed combat, including the style your father uses. The anything goes? Yes. I can teach it all to you in far less time than that dope Ranma could ever hope to accomplish. Wow! However, Sojin continued, I don't want to limit you to just the fight. I want to teach you other stuff too. There will be times in which fighting is not the answer. But what else could I learn besides martial arts? Well, would like to learn magic too. I can do that. You can. And I want to educate you in how to act toward others. Your father was far too stupid not to have trained you in anything other than fighting. He kept you from making any friends and you were always alone, right? Ranma nodded. Well, now it's time we start correcting those deficiencies. Ranma at age 8. Dragon Fire. Ranma threw his hands forward and a huge stream of flames shot out and melted a boulder. Sojin hovered nearby and smiled. Less than excellent. The boy has already mastered the basics of the anything goes fighting style and several others as well. I must say, the way he learns things is astounding. The dragon power within him is boosting his learning curve to unbelievable levels. He only has to see a move or technique and he'd be able to master it within minutes! Greater than Sojin continued to watch his protege as he went through a series of complex katas that would have taken an expert martial artist years to perfect. Ranma at age 10. Sojin. I've finished reading that spell book. The tiny dragon nodded as Ranma placed the thick book in front of him. With a wave of his paw, the book disappeared. Now then, show me what you learned. The boy nodded as he began using his ki energy to tap into the magical fields around him. His aura glowed a bright blue, tinted with white. Then Ranma began to lift off the ground. Ranma at age 12. Oh, do I have to go to school? The dragon gave him a stern look. Now Ranma, you know that someday you must return to your world to live. We haven't been making these short trips to Earth for fun, you know. You have to learn about the Earth and be able to associate with people. I'm sure you'd like to make some new friends. Ranma brightened at the thought. If going to school meant that he'd be able to meet new people, then it was worth going through boring classes. Not that the teachers there could teach him anything new. The dragon library was more extensive than any on Earth. Going to school and associating with kids his own age might be fun though. A few months later, high above the floating cloud mountains. Catch me if you can, Ranma. Shrek teased as he shot across the skies at better than Mach 2. Far behind him, Ranma was straining his powers to the limit, but was barely breaking 300 miles per hour. No fair. Ranma whined. Have you forgotten that speed spell that I taught you? Shrek reminded telepathically. The boy swore, snapped his fingers and began invoking the spell to increase his speed. His body became surrounded by an nimbus of light, which took on an aerodynamic shape, cutting down on air resistance. Then in a sudden explosion of reduced air pressure, Ranma shot forward like a rocket, catching up to his instructor, then overshooting him. Shrek hovered in the air as he watched his protege disappear over the horizon. At the rate he was going, the boy would be over the middle of the ocean of eternity before he slowed down. Less than HMM. Next lesson. How to stop. Greater than Shrek thought to himself, as he started using that same spell to follow Ranma. In less than an instant, the Dragon King of the West was shooting across the heavens like a comet. A few months after that, Ranma was entranced by the beauty of the crystal caverns as he followed Sokran down a winding tunnel that led to his den. The surfaces reflected light like polished gemstones and displayed a rainbow of colors that sparkled and glistened. Torches and lamps illuminated the caverns as the two went even deeper into the depths of the dragon realm. As they navigated their way through the maze of passageways, the youngster began hearing the sounds of pickaxes and shovels. When they came to an outcropping which overlooked a large, open area, Ranma saw dozens of short, massively built, green-skinned, pointy-eared people milling about, digging and carting away crystal shards and what appeared to be some dull-colored metal ores. What are they, Sokran? The Dragon King of the East nodded as he replied. They are the trolls of the Ikaran tribe. There are several dozen clans of trolls, which inhabit these caverns. They are my subjects, along with the dwarves, the golems and the other species of rock dragons. In exchange for letting them live here under my protection, the trolls mine the metal rigidium, which can only be found in these caves. Rigidium? With one claw, Sorkin nudged a loose shard of the ore that was strewn about the ledge they were standing on. This metal has many special mystical qualities, and once it has been forged, it becomes virtually indestructible. Though it requires dragon power for it to be shaped. So that's what they're doing? Digging out this rigidium? Sokran gave a lopsided shrug. That and other so-called precious gems and metals. The caverns are also filled with iron, copper, tin, and other ores. The trolls may can keep anything, but the rigidium. As you know, gems and gold mean nothing to dragons, but I find that sleeping on the stuff to be very comfortable. Ranma shrugged as he followed the Dragon King to his den. A month later, somewhere at the end of the River of Gold. Are you all right, Ranma? The boy was still hacking a bit after taking a nibble of Karita's special Demon Inferno peppers. It was as if he had swallowed a mouthful of the molten gold that was bubbling in the river. When the boy finally was able to talk, all he could say was, "That was one spicy meatball." 2 years later, in the depths of the great abyss, some 50 fathoms below the surface. "Hello, handsome. You come down here often?" Ranma tried very hard not to faint as the very seductive mermaid sidled up to him. Though he could hold his breath for over 2 hours now, he was already feeling an overwhelming urge to surface. It didn't help matters that the mermaid wasn't wearing anything to cover her ample breasts. A short distance away, Radar couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's nervousness as Farinda continued to approach him. Over the years, Radar and the other Dragon Kings had been occasionally helping Shojin in training his student. Though the ruler of the North Quadrant had been against the blood bond, he had to admit that Ranma was indeed special. He tended to grow on people as time passed on, and teaching him was no longer a chore, but a pleasure. Ranma had aged 13. I really wish you didn't hit him that hard. Shojin exasperated as he watched Ranma effortlessly pick up the battered and unconscious boy. The dragon was using a concealment spell to keep him from being seen by others. I think you sometimes forget that you are far stronger and faster than normal humans. I tried to hold back as much as I could, but Ryoga just wouldn't listen. I had to knock him out. Yes, but your one punch alone cracked several of his ribs. The dragon power inside of you, plus all the martial arts training, has made you formidable. Ryoga was seriously outclassed. I've used my healing spells to fix him up. Ranma replied. I hope this satisfies his honor. I can't believe that he'd get so upset over a few sandwiches. A few sandwiches? Shojin stressed. Ranma nodded sheepishly. Okay. A lot of sandwiches, but I did wait for him for 4 days, right? Sometime after that. Hey Shojin. What's that you're doing? Oh, it's nothing that you need to be concerned about for now, Ranma. Now have you finished mastering those sword techniques? Ranma nodded as he held up his wooden practice sword and went through a series of motions that would have made a kendo master green with envy. Shojin nodded with satisfaction as he turned his attention back to the object in front of him. It was roughly 3 feet in length and metallic. Its long shape glowed with an intense red light as Shojin opened his mouth and let loose with another fiery blast, shaping the object even further. Ranma at age 15. Very good, Ranma. Shojin praised as he watched the boy master yet another martial arts fighting style in less than 20 minutes. Less than a single quote has already become adept at performing all dragon-based techniques and swordsmanship. He has become a proficient spellcaster and alchemist. I think it is time ... greater than Ranma. Would you come here? What is it, Shojin? Ranma asked as he approached his mentor and guardian of 9 years. Shojin smiled as he looked at Ranma. In nearly a decade, the lad had grown from a small and scared little boy to a tall and well-muscled adolescent. His raven hair was long and tied in a loose ponytail that went halfway down his back. His facial features were more angular and well-defined. His eyes were gray-blue and contrasted well with his tanned skin. By the standards of his race, he would be considered very handsome. More importantly, Shojin was proud at the boy's attitude and personality. He was smart, polite and understanding. In the beginning, Ranma had some arrogance, rudeness and conceit outlooks on how the world should be. Probably due to Janma's influence. Not now. His aura was a shining blue and white, which reflected his confidence, determination and sense of honor. He was the exact opposite to Janma. Of course, he still had a bit of a temper, probably due to his dragon side, but Sojin was working on it. Over the last few years, the other members of the dragon race had become rather fond of the boy and aided Sojin in training him. Even the dragon kings themselves got involved. Radar, the one that had opposed the blood bond the most, had to admit that Ranma did indeed have the potential of attaining greatness, and after a few uneasy encounters with the boys, decided that perhaps he may have been wrong. In any case, the boy's natural charm was just too irresistible. "I have something for you, young one. I think you are ready for it." Sojin gestured to a long, cloth-wrapped bundle in front of him. Ranma picked up the parcel and unwrapped it. His eyes widened as he saw what was inside it. 1 year later. "I guess this is goodbye," Ranma said tearfully as he stood by a large, circular port of light. "Yes, my pupil," Sojin said in a quiet voice. "I knew that this day would come, and I have seen the wanderlust in your eyes. It is high time that you rejoin with the rest of the world. I will miss you. You can come with me." Sojin shook his head. "Mumber, I'm afraid that you must find your own way in the world. I have cared for you as if you were my own hatchling for 10 years. But the time has come for you to break free and build your own life. What I have taught you will help you deal with whatever problems you encounter, and I will always be with you. Will I ever see you again? Don't worry, Ranma. If you ever need me, use this." Sojin magically made a small medallion appear. "This medallion will allow you to contact me and lead you to a portal to enter the dragon realm. Mind you, you can only use it twice every 24 hours, so use it only when you really need me. I will also visit you from time to time to check on your progress. For now, good luck. This portal will send you back to your world, to a place called China. Why not Japan? Right now, the portals in Japan are out of alignment with the mystical forces between our worlds. The closest I can get you to your homeland is a place near Juuban. Juuban? Ranma repeated. The name sounded familiar. Hey, isn't that the legendary training grounds of Cursed Springs? I think I read about that place in the Dragon Library. That's right. Please make sure you don't fall into one of the springs. It happens to have some very powerful and ancient magic there. I'll be careful. Thanks, Sojin. It's been great these past 10 years. I'm going to miss you and the others. And we shall miss you. Now, your way, Ranma." With a final look at the dragon that had been more of a father than Ranma ever was, Ranma stepped into the port and vanished. A minute later, Sojin was contacted telepathically by the Dragon Kings. "You still have not told him, have you, Sojin?" Karini asked. "No. He still has much to learn before he can fulfill his destiny. I think that him being by himself in the human world for some time will help educate him. Despite all that I have taught him and the visits made to his world, he is still a bit naive. He needs to experience those certain things that make humans ... unique. There was a small chuckle by Radar. "At first I was skeptical, but I must admit, the boy has progressed nicely." Sokran agreed. "Yes, the blood bond has made him far stronger than any normal human. Then again, he wasn't exactly all human to begin with when you bonded with him." Sojin nodded. "The boy's family has very strong ties to our kind. I have to give you credit, Shojin. Shurek remarked. I didn't believe it either until I started looking up the boy's family. The Sodom name meant nothing to us, just like his worthless father. However, his mother sighed. Shojin chuckled a bit. Yes, the main reason why the blood bond affected Ranma more fully than most of the other humans that we had merged with over the millennia. Ranma didn't know it, but he had been born with some dragon blood within him. He is in effect a dragon child. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, I hope the rewrite has cleared up certain questions about this story and perhaps given the readers a better view of the dragon realm. One can think of it along the lines of Dungeons and Dragons or Record of Loadouts. I have been thinking about Ranma returning to this world and perhaps bringing a few people along with him as well. I have also been getting new ideas about Ranma meeting up with Herb of the Musk Dynasty, but that's for the later chapters as I rewrite them as well. For any other questions, check out the Dragon Lore section, which provides an index to the world of Dragon Child. Dragon Child disclaimer: Ranma belongs to Rumiko Takahashi. Nuff said. Less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than, Chinese language, telepathic communication. Chapter to Mom. I'm part dragon. In a bright flash of light, a handsome young man appeared at the foothills of the Bayankala mountain range. He breathed in deeply at the crisp mountain air. It was a strange feeling to return to the world that had birthed him after spending more than a decade in the realm of dragons. The person was dressed in a pair of loose-fitting black pants and a pair of boots made of fine leather. His shirt was made of white silk and it had flaring sleeves that cut off midway down his forearms. Embroidered in red thread on the front on the left breast was an image of a red dragon. Strapped on his back was a heavy backpack and a sword that was held in a black scabbard, inlaid with gold. Ranma reached back and grasped the hilt of the sword. With one smooth motion, he pulled the sword free of its scabbard and held it up to reflect the afternoon sunlight. No matter how many times he gazed upon it, the young dragon fighter would marvel at Shojin's handiwork, his dragon's gift. It was then that he thought to give a name to his sword. He thought about it for a while, then decided on the name of Crimson Fang. The sword was a katana that was made of pure rigidium. It was 2.5 feet long with a slightly curved blade. The blade had an edge that had been honed by the fiery breath of Shojin during its construction, then given a final blast by Karita, the fire dragon king of the south. As a result, the sword could slice through virtually any man-made material and was just about invulnerable to just about anything that was thrown against it. The silver-colored metal reflected the light of the noonday sun. The handguard was a circular shape, but it had silver highlights to it. The sword had also been imbued with several enchantments, courtesy of Shojin. Ranma gazed at the hilt, which was wrapped in a red scaly hide. His dragon teacher had used an old shedding of his skin to create the hand grip. The pommel was a plain metal cap but had the golden image of a Chinese dragon engraved on it. Giving the sword a few practice swings, Ranma smiled at its balance and weight. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely comfortable with this magnificent weapon in his hands. Before Shojin had saved him, Ranma had been uneasy with using weapons as Janma had trained him to fight unarmed. However, he felt a sense of peace and ease with the sword when his dragon mentor had presented him with it. It was almost as if it felt absolutely right with this weapon. Of course, if he knew that his mother also carried a katana, he would have understood his fascination with blades. Returning the sword to its scabbard, Ranma decided that it was time for him to seek out his place in this world. With that in mind, he began focusing his ki energies. An aura of power formed around him, and a moment later, he was aloft and flying across the sky. Ranma smiled as the wind rushed past his face. He soared high and was soon darting among the clouds. The high altitude was of no consequence as he could withstand temperature extremes and the thinning air. It reminded him of the times he raced with the wind dragons as Shrek educated him. He had also spent some time navigating the territories of the Ruby Cliff Dragons with his mentor Shojin. The narrow spaces between the ruby stone cliffs, added with the unpredictable thermal updrafts, made flying a considerable challenge. Suddenly, without warning, Ranma began flailing about as his ki encountered some very erratic magical fields. Then he lost control and began plummeting down toward the ground. He had been more than a mile high when the disruption occurred. The young dragon warrior looked down and saw that he was heading toward a valley that had many pools scattered about. Less than Juuban High! Greater than Ranma recognized the place and remembered Shojin's warning. Cupping his hands forward, Ranma refocused his ki. Dragon fire! Huge bouts of flame erupted from his hands and blasted the large pool that he was about to land in. The waters were instantly vaporized and Ranma flipped in the air to land on his feet. He touched down on dry earth and was relieved that he had avoided being cursed. It was then that the guide of the cursed training grounds appeared on the scene. "Oh sir, I no see you come here. Where you come from?" Ranma turned to face the guide. "Sorry, I didn't mean to drop in like this." The portly Chinese man looked down at the place where Ranma was standing on. "Oh sir, what happened? You standing on where cursed spring was? Which spring was that?" "Oh, that one was Spring of Drowned Dragon. Very tragic story of dragon that drowned there, 5,200 years ago. Legends say." "Yes, I know," Ranma interrupted. "Whoever falls in the spring takes the body of a dragon. I know all about Juuban High." He stepped out of the ditch that once contained the drowned soul of an unfortunate dragon. "Well, what's done is done." He gave a respectful bow to the ditch, thinking that the poor dragon's soul was finally at rest with the destruction of the spring, then asked the Juuban High guide, "Do you know where I can get something to eat and maybe get some supplies?" He reached into a pants pocket and handed the guide a large gold coin. In the dragon realm, gold was a very common metal and held little value. Heck, they had a river made of pure molten gold flowing through Fire Tongue Valley. Dragons did like to sleep on large heaps of the stuff though. Sokran had a bed that made Fort Knox look like drop in the proverbial bucket. Precious gems were also easy to come by. especially in the crystal caverns of Sakran's kingdom. Ranma carried a sizable amount of them in his pack. What Ranma didn't know was that value of the gold and gems he possessed could make him a multi-billionaire. The guide's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. He bit down on the heavy coin and estimated its value to be 10 times more than he made in a year. Less than sir is very generous! Greater than. Oh sir. There is nearby Amazon village that we can go to. Then let's go. The two walked off toward the exit to Juuban High. They did not notice that something was happening at the place where the spring of ground dragon had been. Unknown to Ranma, his dragon fire technique had activated the long-dormant energies of that particular pool. Swirls of eldritch magic began to appear and a shape was formed. At the same time, water from a nearby spring began to pour into the ditch. The cursed waters began to mix with the residual energies of the spring of ground dragon. A few moments later, something began making its way toward the bank. The thing that emerged from the waters would soon be giving the disciple of Sojin many headaches in the near future. A little later. So sorry sir. Customer must leave sword at front gate, the guide said as they approached the Amazon village. Amazon women's no allow outsiders into village with weapons. Ranma frowned as he knew that he couldn't let anyone touch his dragon's gift. Sojin had placed a certain enchantment on the sword to prevent anyone but his disciple and other dragons from handling it. Those who did not have dragon blood would receive a serious burn if they touched it. With a simple gesture with one hand, the team invoked a simple concealment spell which caused his weapon to vanish. Is that better? Oh, much better. You know hidden weapon style? No, but I am familiar with that kind of fighting style. Sojin had told him about the many fighting style of Earth and how they worked, including the Chinese Amazon technique of hiding large and multiple objects within oneself. Dragons, however, had much more efficient ways for carrying large or multiple items with them. Ranma's backpack was an example of those methods. The inside confines of the pack had a space warping spell, which allowed him to carry far more things than the outside dimensions would normally permit. Using a shrinking spell, he had reduced several of the items to a fraction of their sizes, shunting most of their mass extra-dimensionally, making them lighter and saving even more space. And within that pack were several mystical items that he had created on his own or had been gifts from the dragons and other races that resided in their kingdoms. Ranma turned his attention toward the main fighting arena, which was a huge log that was suspended between two massive columns. He noted that the two combatants that were dueling on the timber were quite skilled in terms of strength and battle technique. He recognized their style as a somewhat more refined kung fu with some other Chinese martial arts. He was especially interested in the girl with purple hair. She was holding her own against a larger and stronger woman who was wielding a wicked-looking battle staff with a metal head on one end. The young girl was lithe and agile, yet displayed some serious strength as she swung a pair of heavy maces. Less than the single quote ray showing a lot of power. They kind of remind me of the Copperstone dragons. greater than Ranma had met with the fierce dragons of the copper mesas and remembered what brutal fighters they were. The reddish bronze lizards were extremely territorial as well as temperamental. One had to be careful not to anger a copperstone dragon. Otherwise the person would be torn to shreds by their powerful claws or receive a face full of acid from their mouths. As Ranma watched the match, he began getting the feeling that he himself was being watched. Cologne's extraordinary senses were on full alert as soon as the young man had entered the village. To her, his presence burned like a huge bonfire of ki and magic. And not just any kind of magic. It was dragon magic. The 300-year-old matriarch had encountered such eldritch energies before in her long lifespan. She had several items in her possession, which had been passed down through her family, that were infused with minute amounts of those energies. Furthermore, she had seen the current prince of the Musk dynasty, Herb, who was said to be descended from dragons. She had felt the great power emanating from him, even though she only saw him from a distance. However, the youth that was watching her great-granddaughter fight had far more dragon power emanating from within him as well as an abundance of ki. It was very well focused and she could tell by the way he moved that the young man was also skilled in the martial arts. Impressive. Very impressive indeed. As she watched him, she noticed a small image imprinted on his right forearm. She became entranced by the simple, red design of a winged dragon tattooed on his skin. She noticed that much of his power seemed to emanate from that one area. She began thinking back to the old stories about the mythical beasts of Asian and Western folklore. She had many old tomes and scrolls in her possession about dragons and their ways, and then something clicked in her mind. Something about a ritual that could occur between a dragon and a human. Both Eastern and Western legends had reported such an event happening on several occasions over the countless centuries. The last known occurrence dated back to more than 3,000 years ago, in the oldest scroll in Cologne's collection. The parchment was close to crumbling, but she had translated and copied the ancient text into her own personal files at her house. The ritual was said to impart a portion of a dragon's power to a human, granting the person incredible strength, speed and extended life, as well as other mystical abilities. And the process was usually sealed with a mark of the dragon. Cologne began to suspect that this boy had a blood bond. If that was the case, then the ancient crone had just found the perfect husband for her great-granddaughter Shampoo, and a way for the Amazons to put themselves above their ancient enemies, the Musk dynasty. However, she still had to confirm that the boy was indeed all that she hoped for. She began moving through the crowds toward him to get a better look at him. Meanwhile, Prince Herb of the Musk dynasty suddenly stopped in his daily session of meditation when he suddenly picked up a disturbance in the natural flows of ki. No, we're not talking about the Force. It was unlike anything he had felt before in his entire life, and yet it felt somewhat familiar. He couldn't quite explain it, but he knew that it had something to do with his own heritage. The dragon blood that flowed through his veins seemed to be reacting to something, or someone. The ruler of the Musk dynasty couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt a kind of pull that was coming from Juuban, and also in the direction of the village of the accursed Jotsuzoku. As of now, he felt a much stronger pull from the home of the Chinese Amazons. He frowned as he began suspecting that the warrior women may have come across something that could give them an advantage over the Musk dynasty. Whatever it was, it had something to do with dragons. Of that much, Herb was certain. No, he could not allow that to happen. He had to find out just what it was and prevent the Amazons from getting a hold of it. Furthermore, since it had something to do with his ancestors, Herb assumed that it was already his property, by rights. He was the only one with a tangible link to those ancient and noble beasts, and therefore, no one else could lay claim on it. Unfortunately for the Musk Prince, the source of dragon power that he sensed already had an owner. One who was far more connected to dragons than even the so-called invincible dragon prince of the Musk dynasty. And in his arrogance and pride from being descended from dragons, Herb had not considered the possibility that he may be in way over his head. Nevertheless, the prince began calling for his servants and guards, informing them that he would be investigating this phenomenon and taking a small band of warriors with him. Ranma nodded as he observed Shampoo knock her up on and off the challenge log. She was good, he had admit. However, he could still see a few holes in her defense and weak points in her fighting style that needed to be corrected. Ranma shrugged as he saw that it wasn't any of his business. He was here to get something to eat and maybe some extra supplies. He had no other reason to be here. However, it seemed that someone else had decided that he was just too valuable to just let him walk away. Cologne swung her staff toward Ranma's face, using her uncanny speed. The cane was a blur, but in the instant before it hit, the dragon warrior held up a finger and intercepted the blow. His eyes gazed down the length of the weapon and stopped when they beheld the owner. The matriarch was impressed. The boy had excellent reflexes and was strong. Very strong. And when she saw those slitted pupils of his, she knew for a fact that he did indeed have a tie with dragons. Less than double quote. Do you mind telling me why you did that? Question mark double quote. Greater than Ranma asked in flawless Cantonese. His academic studies in the Dragon Library had included languages. He could read and speak in 7 different tongues fluently, as well as understand and communicate in a dozen more to make a decent conversation. He also had learned a few translation spells in case he encountered an unknown dialect. However, Cologne had no difficulty in understanding him as she withdrew her staff. Less than double quote. I was just satisfying an old woman's curiosity, that's all. You're very skilled. Although I am not familiar with your discipline by the way you moved. Ah, where are my manners? I am Cologne. Please forgive my impertinence. And you are question mark double quote. Greater than Ranma was a tiny bit irritated at the unprovoked attack and was about to ignore her, when he remembered Sojin's lessons in etiquette. Ranma sensed that the old woman had considerable control over the large amounts of ki inside of her, with a little magic mixed in. She at least deserved a proper greeting. Less than double quote I am Ranma Sodom double quote greater than he took a long look at her and could tell that she had a lot of experience under her belt. The way she moved when she tried to smack him in the face was proof that she knew martial arts. However, he also had a feeling that she knew a lot more and wanted something from him. The Dragon Realm. Careful Ranma. You're treading on some thin ice there. Shojin commented as he watched his protege through a mystic viewing portal. A fellow ruby cliff dragon by the name of Ikajo landed beside Ranma's mentor and peered into the viewer. I see that you are still interested in watching the human world, Shojin. Well, now that Ranma has returned to it, I feel that it is my duty as his teacher and guardian to keep an eye on him. Shojin replied without taking his eyes off the viewer. So where is he now? In a lot of trouble if that old Amazon is going to try and trap him for her great-granddaughter. What do you mean? Ikajo took another look and recognized the place. Say, isn't that the village of Chinese Amazons that lives near Juuban? Yes, and I'm afraid that Ranma's dragon power and ki has caught the attention of that matriarch and... Scratch that. Looks like a few others had noticed. Back at the Amazon village. Less than double quote I only wish to purchase some food and supplies, that's all double quote greater than Ranma said, as Cologne's gaze was starting to make him nervous. He reached into a side pocket of his pack. Less than double quote I can pay double quote greater than Cologne waved it off as she said. Less than double quote money means very little to us. Strength and skill are what really matters, and you seem like a very capable fighter double quote greater than less than double quote so what exactly are you suggesting question mark double quote greater than the Juuban High was about to say something, but a stern look from the elder told him to be silent. Cologne then gave Ranma a warm smile. Less than double quote well, this is a fighting tournament, so why not show us your skills and take part in it? My great-granddaughter would be happy to challenge you double quote greater than she gestured to the purple-haired girl who was just declared as the champion by the referee. Ranma took another look at the girl and frowned. Her ki levels, though strong in potential, were relatively unfocused. Furthermore, he could tell that she was exhausted, probably from fighting all day. She probably wouldn't last more than 1 second against someone who was part dragon and trained by the 4 Dragon Kings. Less than double quote well, I don't know double quote greater than less than are you afraid to fight her question mark double quote greater than Cologne said in a taunting tone. She sensed that the boy was beginning to suspect something, and tried to barb at his pride. Perhaps she could goad him into a battle with shampoo. Less than double quote no. It's just that she looks tired and she'd probably need some rest double quote greater than at that moment. Another of the village elders approached them with her great niece. Apparently, she too had gotten a good look at the stranger. Though she did not suspect that he had a connection to dragons, she had already sensed the high level of ki and magic within him. Like Cologne, the elder Mascara had deemed Ranma as too good a prize to let go. Less than double quote I agree with the young man. If he is to fight someone, then he should fight someone fresh and rested. Like my great niece, Linen exclamation point double quote greater than the elder gestured to Linen, who happened to be a pretty and voluptuous brunette with hair that flowed down to past her waist. The girl gave the dragon warrior a wink. Though she wasn't sure as to why her great aunt wanted her to fight this newcomer, once she got a good look at him, she decided that losing wouldn't be so bad. Shampoo had most of the other young men and that idiot Moose chasing after her, so Lena needed to stake her claim on this one as soon as possible. However, Cologne was unwilling to give up on her prize as she argued with her rival. Less than double quote I single quote I'm sorry, Mascara, but he will fight Shampoo. She is the champion of the tournament and therefore has the first right. Greater than Mascara turned to the young man. Less than double quote have you issued a challenge to her great granddaughter question mark double quote greater than less than well, no double quote greater than Ranma began. That was all Mascara needed to hear as she addressed Cologne again. Less than double quote there, you see. The young man has not challenged Shampoo and has no reason to do so. Besides, Shampoo is all but betrothed to Cabinet's son. Cologne began to get a bit steamed at Mascara's obvious attempt to one-up her. Now see here, Mascara. Shampoo has won the tournament and is therefore the strongest of her generation. Furthermore, she has not pledged her troth to anyone, especially not to that idiot Moose. She will fight the outsider. At that moment, Shampoo approached her great-grandmother as Cologne continued to bicker with her rival. Less than double quote great-grandmother exclamation point double quote greater than Cologne turned and smiled as she saw her protege. Less than double quote Shampoo. You are just in time. This young man here was about to challenge you double quote greater than less than double quote really question mark double quote greater than Shampoo took one look at Ranma and really liked what she saw. After battling long and hard for just a victory feast and the title, she decided that she'd rather have this prize first. He was a much better proposition than that stupid Moose. The Dragon Realm. Well, it seems that your protege is quite the female magnet, Ikajo remarked. Well, what can I say? Shojin said with a bit of pride in his voice. Ranma always seemed to have a way of attracting the opposite sex, no matter what species. Shojin chuckled a bit as he remembered how his innocent charm made him so attractive to elves, mermaids, hobbits. Yes, they have them here, and even female dragons. Ranma's teacher often wondered if this was a result of his dragon heritage or because of something else. If that's the case, then he'd better get out of there. In a village of women, he's like a pork chop in a pond full of piranha. Back in the village less than double quote he was not. He was going to challenge Linen exclamation point double quote greater than Mascara shouted. Less than double quote he would have challenged Shampoo exclamation point double quote greater than as the two elders argued. Ranma had decided that he really wasn't that hungry after all. He also decided that now was a good time to leave. Giving the two old women a polite bow, Neither one noticed as they continued to hurl insults at each other. He began backing away into the crowds. The Juuban High saw this and nodded. It was an ideal time to make oneself scarce. Just as he had traversed half of the distance to the gate, Ranma then bumped into another elder and her heir. Less than "While there, young man. Welcome to our village." Greater than Lotion said with a smile as her great-granddaughter conditioner nodded to him. Less than "Oh, yes. Hello." Greater than Ranma said quickly as he continued to inch his way toward freedom. Less than "It was a very nice tournament, and though I would like to see more of your village, I'm afraid that I must be going now and Greater than less than "Oh, well, what's your hurry? You just arrived here and my great-granddaughter and I would like to show you some of our hospitality. Greater than less than Perhaps another time and Greater than just as Mascara and Cologne had sensed the great power within this youth, so had Lotion. And it just so happened that conditioner was also an attached and in the market for a husband. Ranma certainly fit the bill in both looks and power. She couldn't help but gaze at him with a bit of a hungry look. Just as her relative was about to give the order to attack him, Cologne and Mascara ran up to them with their own disciples. Less than Now hold on a moment! Greater than Mascara cried out. Ranma had a very big sweat drop behind his head as he watched the three elders and their girls argue among themselves. It was at that moment that he heard Sojin's voice in his head. "Ranma, get out of there. Now." "Huh? Master Sojin? Is that you?" Ranma asked telepathically. "Yes. I'm speaking to you through the medallion I gave to you. There's no time to explain, but you must get out of there. And under no circumstances are you to peeve any of those girls. Huh? Get going. Now." Ranma shrugged his shoulders and nodded as he began focusing his ki. When his aura suddenly flared, this caught everyone's attention and stopped the argument between the three matriarchies. They all turned and saw the dragon warrior emitting a huge amounts of power and then took off. Literally. Several Amazon girls were knocked off their feet in the backwash of Ranma's takeoff, including Shampoo. The rest of the crowds gasped as Sojin's student made his departure. Kolgon rushed to the side of her relative and saw that Shampoo had been knocked out. She hadn't been defeated in combat, but the aged woman decided that it was close enough since it happened on Amazon land. It could be interpreted as such. Now all they had to do was to find him and bring him back. And they had to do it quickly since several other girls had also been knocked out and they too would be searching for him. Some 2 miles above the ground and traveling east at Mach 1. I wish you could have told me sooner about those Amazons and their laws concerning outsiders, Ranma said as he continued flying. I didn't think they'd sense your dragon power, though I should have realized that your high amounts of ki would be detected. In any case, that's all in the past now. So where are you headed? Sojin asked. I thought I'd look up my mother now. Alright then. Good luck and I hope to hear from you soon, Ranma. Back in China. Prince Herb and his party suddenly stopped when they were about a mile away from the Amazon village. The vast dragon energy he had sensed was no longer there and was heading east toward Japan. He wondered for a while what had just occurred and came to the conclusion that whatever had been with the warrior women was now gone. Therefore, he didn't have to worry that his people's most hated enemies had dragon power in their possession. But just what or who was it that got his senses riled? He decided that further investigation was required as he gave new orders for his party to return home and prepare for an extended trip. Their destination: Japan. A couple of hours later, in a section of Tokyo called Juuban, Neko-ken was just finishing with hanging up the wash when she heard a knock at the front door. When she opened the door, she came face to face with a tall and handsome young man. "Hello, may I help you?" Ranma bowed a bit at the gentle-looking woman who answered the door. "Good day. I'm looking for a man named John Masodom. My husband is out working. May I ask just who is calling?" Ranma's eyes widened a bit as he took in this information. "You're his wife?" Neko-ken was a little confused as she answered. "Yes. I'm Neko-ken. May I ask who you are?" Ranma felt tears in his eyes as he suddenly leaned forward and embraced the woman in a fierce hug, taking care not to crush her with his dragon-gifted strength. "Mom. It's me. Your son." Sometime later, it took several hours for Ranma to try and convince Neko-ken that he was her son. After he had hugged her, the Sodom matriarch had fainted from the shock. When she had come to, Ranma had a long and warm talk with her. At first, she did not believe that her son had returned from the dead, but when the dragon warrior began producing evidence of his lineage, Neko-ken soon came to realize that he could be her offspring. She saw the similarities in his face as compared to her own features. He did look like the child in the one photograph she had of him. He had lost the baby fat and was now more angular looking, but there was no doubting the resemblance. He showed her the tanto he had been given from Janma, which bore the Sodom crest. He also told her of long-distant memories of his early childhood, before his father had taken him on that disastrous training journey. Finally, he told her of the catfist training that had turned out to be a great error in judgment on Janma's part. Neko-ken gasped as she was told the details of the training and couldn't believe that her husband had done such a thing to a young boy. However, she remembered just how dim-witted her spouse was. It was very fortunate that he had turned out as well as he did. He was tall, handsome and very manly. She could imagine that his looks were going to turn the heads of many girls. "Ranma, please forgive me, but I still find it very difficult to believe that you are my son and had returned to me from beyond, despite all the evidence you had given so far. Janma had informed me that my child had died in a training accident over 10 years ago. If you are my son, then where have you been all this time? Why had you not contacted us?" Ranma sighed as he tried to think of a way to explain to his mother on his whereabouts for the past decade. It's difficult to explain. I don't know where to begin. Try starting at the Neko-ken training. How did you survive? I'm not sure if you'd believe me if I told you. Try me. Okay. Mom, I was saved by a dragon. Nodoka was silent for a long moment when she heard those words. Her eyes widened a bit and her left eyebrow twitched at the mention of the word dragon. She was currently holding a cup of tea in her hand and it trembled slightly. She quickly composed herself and said, "Excuse me. Did I just hear you right? Did you just say I was saved by a dragon?" Ranma repeated. "You don't expect me to believe." The dragon warrior held up a hand, stopping her from finishing her sentence. He then motioned toward his eyes and said in a quiet voice, "Please, before you say anything else, look closely in my eyes and tell me what you see." "Now what does that? Please, just look into my eyes. If you still do not believe me, then I shall leave you alone and never trouble you again." Nodoka was about to ask what this was all about, then decided to just do what he asked of her. She leaned forward and gazed into his eyes. She saw that his eyes were colored a remarkable shade of blue and seemed to radiate strength, yet also a serenity and calm. It was then that she noticed something else. His pupils were not the usual round shape, but were more slitted, like a reptile's. She gasped as she pulled back and stared at the boy before her. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out, as she was rendered speechless. Ranma nodded as he said, "The Neko-ken training had inflicted severe injuries and I was near death when a kind-hearted dragon offered to save my life with a blood bond. As a result of the bond, I have become part dragon." He held up his arm and showed her the dragon's mark. There was another one of those long silences as Nodoka continued to stare at her son. After what seemed to be an eternity, she reached out and grasped both of his hands with her own. "Ranma, son, we need to talk." The student of Shojin nodded as he started telling his mother of his experiences in the dragon realm. Nodoka became fascinated at the wonders of that mystic realm and listened intensely to every detail. After another hour or so, Ranma then held out his sword, which was still sheathed in its scabbard. Nodoka marveled at the fine craftsmanship of the weapon and was especially fascinated by the red hide that wrapped the hilt. It seemed to shimmer like a sheet of rubies as the scales reflected off light. "This is my dragon's gift, my crimson fang. Shojin and Karita had forged it for me. The wrapping is an old shedding of Shojin's skin and he had enchanted it when he fused it to the sword. The sword cannot be drawn from its scabbard or held by someone unless he or she possesses dragon's blood. It'll cause great pain to anyone who tries." "Really?" Nodoka smiled as she suddenly shot out a hand and grasped the handle before Ranma could protest. Ranma was too shocked for words as he looked at his mother's hand gripping his sword. Shojin had shown him mental images of those who had attempted to hold a dragon's gift in the past. Without the power of dragons flowing through their veins, those people had suffered horrible burns and some were scarred for a life when they held on for too long. Some needed to have their hands amputated. It was more than a shock to see that his mother was touching his sword without feeling the least discomfort. The scales glowed with a faint light, but did not burn her skin. Nodoka's smile became even more pronounced as she slowly pulled the sword free of its scabbard and held it aloft. She then stood up and swayed the blade back and forth in front of her. Giving the sword a deft whirl, she then put it through a series of small, but graceful arcs, taking care not to come too close to Ranma, though he wasn't afraid of being cut by his own blade. Shojin had also put an enchantment on it to prevent it from ever being used against him. After watching Nodoka display a most impressive array of sword skills, Ranma stood up. Nodoka handed the sword back to him and commented while he sheathed his sword. "A fine sword. It has excellent balance and I can tell that the blade is very strong. Shojin is very skilled at blade making. I can tell that your sword is just as powerful as my own dragon's gift." Ranma was startled to hear this. What? What do you mean your dragon's gift? Nodoka reached out and embraced her son. "Ranma, my dearest Ranma, this proves that you are indeed my son. Welcome home." Tears began to flow from her eyes as she tightened her grip on him. Ranma was rendered inert at this sudden reversal and didn't know what to say. Finally, he gently pushed his mother back and asked, "I don't understand. Why do you believe me now? And how did you hold my sword without getting burned?" Nodoka nodded as she replied, "My son, you are not the only one who has ties with dragons." Ranma was taken aback by this revelation. Why you mean that? You?" His mother nodded as she motioned him to follow him to the back of the house. In the backyard, he was led to a small building that resembled a dojo. As they entered, Nodoka went to a floorboard near the middle of the training area and opened up a hidden panel. She then hauled out a long, wooden box and opened it. Ranma leaned over and saw that there was an old, but well-kept katana resting in it. His eyes widened as he immediately noticed that the hilt was wrapped in a blue, scaly hide. The blade was resting unsheathed with its scabbard beside it. The sword didn't have quite as much ornamentation as his did, but there was no mistaking the handiwork. Ranma recognized the metal the blade was composed of. It looked like it was made of gold, but from its sheen, the dragon warrior could tell that it was really rubidium. The metal that Shojin had forged his sword with was of the same material, only differently colored. It was a fantastic metal and was praised not only for its extraordinary hardness, but also that it had several mystical qualities. It could only be found in one place, the Dragon Realm. "A dragon's gift!" Ranma exclaimed. Nodoka nodded as she motioned for Ranma to pick it up. Ranma did so and was surprised to feel that the same energies that his own sword possessed were also being emitted from this blade. He noted that the scaly hide reacted with the dragon blood flowing in his veins. He regarded the blade for a long moment before turning his attention to his mother. Nodoka smiled as she said, "My family also has a long history connected to dragons. In fact, My distant ancestor was a dragon. He was. The smiling woman nodded as she explained. 3,000 years ago, a man named Fatima Raidu met and married a woman named Sayuka. They soon had a son, named Kintaro. When he became 17, his father disappeared without a trace. A year after his disappearance, a huge blue dragon suddenly appeared before Kintaro while he was traveling through the mountains. It revealed that he was in fact his father and that Kintaro was a dragon child. It then presented Kintaro with a dragon's gift, called the Sunstar Blade. He then commanded him to use it to go forth and fight evil. The world was a dark place at the time and Kintaro traveled for many years. With his sword and his dragon powers, he eventually founded my family's sword techniques known as the School of the Fierce Dragon Blade. The sword has been passed down through 117 generations since then. The blood of Kintaro Raidu has also been passed down as well. But that means Ranma began. Yes, Ranma. You were already part dragon before you and your father had left 10 years ago. But, if that's true then, why do I look different than you? The blood has been diluted over the centuries and you only had a tiny portion of Kintaro's original power when you were born. I rather suspect that this blood bond you told me about had strengthened your heritage. In any case, since you are able to hold on to my dragon's gift without being burned, just as I can wield yours, then that proves without a doubt that you are my son. Only the descendants of Kintaro Raidu can touch his dragon's gift. Mom, I don't know what to say. It's alright. Nodoka placed a finger on her son's lips then embraced him again. We have a lot of catching up to do. A few minutes later, after putting away Kintaro Raidu's sword, they were both sitting again in the living room as Ranma was filled in on what had happened during his 10-year absence. He was given one surprise after another as his mother related the events after Ranma had finally returned home and confessed the loss of her son. Of course, Ranma had neglected to mention about the Neko-ken training and the acts of thievery and conning being committed by him or duped Ranma into doing. Those crimes did come back to haunt the Shodoms a few years later. Ranma got the biggest shock of all when his mother had told him of a visit by the family of his old friend. What? Yukio is a girl. Ranma went pale. Nodoka nodded as she continued. I thought she was a boy when she and her father first came here 3 years ago. She was dressed so manly that I never suspected that she was a different gender. That is, until her father revealed the deal that Ranma had made 10 years ago to him. Your father had promised to engage you to Yukio in exchange for their family yatai, which was supposed to have been her dowry. Unfortunately, Ranma went back on his word and took the yatai, while abandoning the poor child on the side of the road. She was so distraught at being left behind that Yukio had renounced her femininity and started acting like a boy. She had gone on a mission of vengeance, searching for you and your father. 3 years ago, the Kwanji clan finally located us and came here. I was sorely tempted to let her kill Ranma for his dishonorable act. She also harbored a deep hatred for you, but since you were believed to be dead, she and her father focused all their attention on your father. So what happened? We came to a compromise. I forced Ranma to get a job and he is now working to pay off the debt to the Kwanji family. However, it seems that he will be working for the rest of his life, since the Kwanjis were not the only people that Ranma had swindled, using you as a bargaining chip. What do you mean? Ranma asked in a low tone. The engagement to Yukio wasn't the only one that Ranma had arranged for you. Other families had come to our home, looking to claim you for their daughters. By my count, there had been 6 engagements that I had not known about nor approved. 6. Yes. Ranma had used you to feed his fat belly. Most of the times, the engagements were based on getting food. I still can't believe that he sold you for 1 fish, a bowl of rice and 2 pickles. He had also ran out on several restaurants and merchants after stealing from them or leaving without paying a bill. He did what? Nodoka shook her head sadly while letting out a tired sigh. I had become very angry that your father had been so careless and foolhardy with your life. After the 6th engagement was revealed, I almost made him undergo seppuku right on the spot. However, I did not want Kizura to be exposed to watching her father commit suicide. So I simply told Ranma that he would have to keep working to pay off those debts as well. At the rate he's going, it will take him about 1,000 years. Kizura? Ranma's mother smiled as she said with a bit of pride, "Oh yes. I forgot to mention. You have a little sister, Ranma. Her name is Kizura and she just turned 8 last month." "I have a sister." The older woman nodded as she added, "She's going to grow up into a fine young lady." Even though Ranma is training her in the martial arts, I have kept an eye on him to make certain that he does not repeat the same mistakes he made with you. He has been badgering me to allow him to take her on a training journey, but I will tell him no. I had already lost 1 child to his stupidity. I shall not lose my second, especially when my firstborn is returned. That's good to hear, Mom. I'd hate to have her go through the same stuff I went through. So when do I get to see her? Soon. She should be coming home from school with Ranma in an hour or so. Ranma then became a bit more introspective. Mom, does she have dragon's blood? Nodoka nodded. Yes, she does possess the power, though much weaker than yours. Right now, both her and myself possess less than 1,000th of Kintaro's gifts. I had originally expected you to inherit the Sunstar Blade when you had returned from your training journey, but since you already have your own, then I shall bestow it to your sister when she is old enough. I can't wait to see my kid sister. Oh, by the way, Ranma, it will be quite difficult when Ranma comes home. I'm pretty sure that when he sees you, he'll just use you again. It may be for the best that you do not mention anything about our connection to dragons. Kizura is still too young to learn about that aspect of her heritage. but he's going to ask where I've been for the last 10 years. We'll make something up. An hour later, Ranma and his daughter arrived at the Sodom residence. The fat, bald-headed martial artist was feeling rather pleased at the moment. Unknown to Neko-ken, he had been secretly using his lunch hour to take Kizura out of school on her lunch hour and train her on the anything goes. As of now, Kizura had been stealing from local vendors as well as received some pickpocketing skills. Ranma was very happy that his daughter was progressing well, and he was certain that she would attain the greatness that his weak son had failed to do. Less than as soon as I can get enough cats, I'll start training her on the Neko-ken. After that, we'll get going to China. I'm sure that Neko-ken will come around and realize that Kizura needs to travel in order to become a martial artist! Greater than Kizura was still unaware of her father's intentions, or that what she had been doing so far was criminal. She had been duped by her parent that it was all just a game and that it was part of the training. The little girl did wonder why her father was asking all the neighbors for their cats. She had also wondered what he meant when he showed her some fish sausage and said that it would be part of next week's training. When the two entered the house, they saw Kizura's mother sitting on the couch next to a stranger. "Hello, dear. And who might this be?" Ranma asked as he regarded Ranma. Ranma looked at the fat martial artist before him and frowned. He hadn't changed much in appearance in the last decade. He was exactly the same as he remembered him when Ranma had been thrown into that pit of starving cats. He had a larger punch than he recalled, but there was not mistaking those beady eyes, the kerchief that was wrapped around his bald head, and that aura of stupidity and greed. He saw some resemblance between the two of them, but his years in the dragon realm had made him far more defined than his father. He just couldn't believe that he was actually related to him. He then turned his gaze to the little girl beside him, who was dressed in a school uniform. She had pretty brown eyes and blue hair that was done up into a simple, lush ponytail. The top of her head came up to about his waist, and she seemed to radiate joy and a very perky nature. He could also sense the dragon power that was slumbering within her. It was very faint, but there was no mistaking it. Snapping himself back to the present, he gave the two a polite bow, though Ranma did not deserve it. He then said in a firm voice, "I am Ranma Sodom, and I have a few bones to pick with you. To be continued." Author's notes with the rewrite well underway. I hope the readers have enjoyed the revised Chapter 2 of Dragon Child. Now I still intend to include Project Akeo, and previous plot hasn't changed, though Prince Herb will be showing up in Japan in the near future. I've sort of lost the momentum I had when I first wrote this story, and the revisions are aiding me in getting Dragon Child back on track. I changed the history in Ranma's family a bit, making his ancestor a blue dragon instead of a black one, but the basic ideas haven't been altered. We'll be seeing more of the Dragon Realm as the story continues. See you in the revised Chapter 3. Dragon Child less than greater than. Thoughts, telepathic communication less than greater than. Chinese Language Chapter 3 School Days. Excuse me, but did you just say that your name is Ranma? Ranma stared at the tall young man standing before him. Kizura was wondering who this boy was, when she noticed that her mother was gesturing for her to come to her side. She went over to Neko-ken, who embraced her briefly before lifting her child and started carrying her from the living room. The tension in the air was so thick that the pseudo matriarch could tell that things were about to get ugly. Ranma continued to glare at his pathetic excuse for a father, and Neko-ken could see that his anger was growing by the second. Less than well, it's not that Ranma doesn't have a right to be angry with his father, and Ranma did have this coming to him. Greater than she then paused at the hall, which led to the kitchen. Ranma, I would prefer if you did not wreck the house. Take your father to the dojo. Okay, Mom. Come on, Pop. Ranma stepped forward and grabbed Ranma by the ear. Huh? Mom? Then you really are Ranma? I'm so happy. Now you'll... Hey! What are you doing? Ow! Let go. That's no way to treat your father. Ranma ignored his father as he dragged him into the backyard and then tossed him into the small dojo. He then entered the building and closed the door behind him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent his father sprawling. Ranma, you're alive. About time you noticed that, Pop. Wham! D-O-W. O-W-A-E. O-H. Since when did you get that strong? W-H-O-M-P. Yow. Hold on. Is that any way to greet your father? In your case, yes. Ranma shouted as he continued to dole out massive amounts of pain. K-D-O-W-A. O-W. Hey, wait a minute. I've been waiting 10 years for this. Whack. Smack. Crash. Mangle. That was for the Neko-ken training you put me through. Ranma roared. Ranma tried to argue his key. I was only... Wham! 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 That was for lying to me about UKYO. Oh, you know about that? Mom told me the whole story. Well, the card was a gift and... D-O-W. Crash. That was for all those times you sold me for food. Hey, a man's got to eat, and... The rest of Ranma's protest was drowned out as Ranma continued to flip his father like a flapjack. An hour later, Ranma was feeling very subdued as well as battered as he sat with his family in the living room. Neko-ken was holding on to Kizura while giving her husband the dreaded "don't think you're right off the hook" expression. After Ranma had finished with his parent, Ranma had been told that his son had escaped the pit of cats by crawling through an opening near the bottom, which led to a sewer. He had hit his head when he had been dropped into the pit and suffered amnesia, while spending the next 10 years traveling on his own and learning the martial arts under different masters. Just recently, he had regained his memory and come home. Ranma was sitting beside his father and was also glaring at him. He had thought that his parent couldn't sink any lower than he already had, but Ranma had surprised him. It was just after Ranma had pounded his father into the floor of the dojo. Apparently, there was one more engagement that Ranma had arranged for him. To his mother's and his surprise, Ranma was actually willing to keep this promise. But dearest, it is a matter of honor that Ranma wed one of Soon's daughters. I made that pledge before Ranma was born. The fat martial artist protested. And were you just going to conveniently forget about those pledges you made to the Kwanji and Daikaku clans? Not to mention those other families? Nodoka said with a very deadly tone. Well, not another word, Janma. But when Janma saw the faint aura of his wife's battle aura begin to emerge, he knew that it was time to shut up. He would have made a break for it if his son hadn't beaten him to near unconsciousness. He had tried to fight back against him, but Ranma had proven to be far more skilled and possessed enough raw power to make Janma's blows seem like a child's. That is, when Ranma allowed him to strike back. Janma had become especially nervous when Ranma pulled out that katana of his. It was obvious that unarmed combat wasn't the only skills that the boy was proficient at. He had that blade at his father's throat several times and could have decapitated him at any point. The thoughts of his promise of seppuku made a shiver run down that wet noodle that he called his spine. Janma, I will tell you now. Nodoka said in a stern voice. I have had it with your careless promises and I shall not have my son forced into marrying against his will. You have already dishonored our family name several times with your broken oaths. I do not know why you wish to carry out this pledge to the Tenbos, but I will not allow it. Just what makes this promise more important than all the others? It was my dream and Soon's to unite the schools of the Anything Goes. We made the vow to wed any of our children and have them carry on the art. So now that Ranma is back, we can. Like hell, I am. Ranma growled. Ranma, your language. Nodoka gestured to Kizura. Though her son was justified in his anger, she still did want her daughter to be exposed to such crude language at such a young age. Sorry, Mom. Ranma ended. Like heck, I am. I'm not going to do it, and you can't make me. You must. Janma started crying tears, crocodile tears of course. Oh, the shame. My son has no honor. Shut up, Janma. You are the last person to be preaching about honor. Nodoka then produced a sheet of paper and thrust it in front of Janma. Do you recall this? Janma looked at the page and said, yes, that was the pledge to make Ranma a man among men. But as you can see, Ranma is a man, so... Read the fine print. Nodoka said with a slight grin. Fine print? Janma said in confusion. Something I added to the agreement before I made you sign it. Read it. Janma looked down the page and sure enough, there was some tiny writing below his signature and Ranma's palm prints. He swallowed hard and began to turn pale as he read it. In the event that Janma Sodom dishonors the Sodom name, his wife retains the right to gulp. He looked back up at his wife, the pupils in his eyes shrinking to mere pinpricks. Nodoka nodded while smiling in triumph. Yes, Ranma. I still retain the right to have you commit seppuku at any time. With all the false promises you made and the debts you had incurred over the last few years, I could have had you beheaded long ago. However, I did not want Kizaru to be exposed to such bloodshed. Mark my words, Ranma. If you try to force Ranma into fulfilling the pledge to the Tenbos, I will see it as a breach of honor and you will be relieved of having that burden on your shoulders, namely that useless thing you call a head. Ranma shall be given the choice of which he will marry and all the engagements that had been made in his name shall have equal standing. If he does not decide to marry any of those girls, then that will be his choice. I will not tolerate any coercion or attempts to influence his decision. Do I make myself perfectly clear? But, oh, and one more thing. His wife added. This contract also makes me the head of this household. What? Oh yes. If you would finish reading the fine print, you will also see the other clause. Other clause. There was more. He looked back at the contract and became even more nervous. Furthermore, with the loss of the family honor, Nodoka Shodan shall take her husband's place as head of the family, with complete control over all of the family assets and decisions concerning all members. His wife smiled smugly as she swiftly put away the document into her kimono. I have already had this document authenticated and it is all legal. I now have full control over the family savings, the property and all decisions concerning my children. I could just as easily disregard that pledge to unite the schools without a second thought. And I still can at any time, as well as decide that you don't need a head. She then put on a knowing smile. Now then, do we understand each other? Ranma bowed his head and said in a meek voice, Yes, dear. Good. Now then, I believe that introductions are in order. She looked down at her daughter and smiled while gesturing to her son. Kizaru, I would like you to meet your big brother, Ranma. The little girl looked up at her new sibling and said in a shy voice, Hello. Ranma smiled down at the little girl and tried to appear as friendly as possible. Hello, little sister. I'm Ranma. Mom told me that you're a good little girl and that you're being trained in the martial arts. Kizaru smiled as she replied, Papa has been training me to be the best. Really? And what has he been teaching you? Ranma gave Ranma a glare as he remembered his training from 10 ago. Tell me, Kizaru, did Pop teach you a game where you take something from someone and make us run after you? Yes. Kizaru said, not knowing that her words were having dire consequences. Every day at lunch, Papa would pick me up and we'd get food and stuff from other people and make them chase me. Papa say that if they can't catch me, then I get to keep it. The Dragon Realm. HMMM. It's a good thing that Ranma came back home when he did. Shura commented as he and Sojin watched Ranma by a magical viewing portal. Nodoka's eyes narrowed when she heard of this. Ranma. The fat martial artist began sweating bullets. Well, You can't blame me for wanting to give Kizura some extra training. Ranma continued on. Tell me, sis. Did Pop also show you some fish sausage, and has he been asking people to borrow their cats? He said that I was going to do some special training next week. By now, Nodoka's anger started to simmer. Ranma, you weren't by any chance planning to have our daughter undergo the Neko-ken training, were you? You know about it. Ranma then realized that he had said too much. What is the Neko-ken? Nodoka's visage became even darker as she glared at her sniveling coward of a spouse. We are going to have a long talk after this. And in answer to your question to take Kizura on a training trip to the mountains, the answer is number. Kizura pouted a bit. Does this mean that I'm not going to China? China? Nodoka gasped, then glared katanas at Ranma. You never said anything about taking her to China. I was specifically told that you were going to take her on a short trip to the mountains. Ranma protested. It was true. The martial artist had planned on a mountain trip. He just didn't mention which mountains. Ranma turned his attention back to his little sister. Kizura, how did you know that you were going to China? Kizura produced a small brochure from her school bag and said, Papa was looking over this when we were training. He said that he was going to take me to some special training grounds. Kizura, where did you get that? Ranma tried to snatch it out of her hands, but then noticed the look his wife was giving him. She was now fingering the sword that she always had strapped to her back. Ranma took the brochure and then noticed that he had circled a name in red. He read the name and his eyes became wide. He then turned his attention to his father and said in a voice that just barely restrained his anger, Juuban. You were going to take her to Juuban. Is there something wrong with that? Ranma didn't get it. Less than double quote what kind of idiot takes a little girl to a place as dangerous as Juuban question mark exclamation point double quote greater than Ranma said the words in flawless Chinese. He knew that Ranma had not fully read the brochure as it was written in Mandarin. Ranma had only understood the word Juuban. Ranma repeated his question, once again using Chinese. What? Ranma replied dumbly. Ranma snarled a bit as he said, I said, what kind of idiot takes a little girl to a place as dangerous as Juuban? Nodoka nodded, as she understood Ranma's test. Ranma, it is obvious that you don't understand a word of Chinese. Yet you plan to take Kizura to China and have her train at a place that you know nothing about. Ranma agreed with his mother as he continued to snarl at his father. It says here in the brochure that Juuban is to be avoided. Of course, you don't let a minor detail as not knowing the language stop you. Just like you didn't read the entire catfist manual when you threw me into that pit. Right now, Ranma felt as if he had been tied up and lined up against the wall in front of a firing squad. Already his wife and son were radiating battle ores that made him look very small. 2 days later, Ranma. The dragon warrior looked down at his sibling as she helped him settle his things in his old room. She had been staying in this room since she was born, but now that her big brother had returned, Neko-ken had decided to move Kizura to one of the spare guest rooms. Yes, Kizura. What's this? The girl held up a small pouch. Ranma took it, opened it up and poured out some glittering little round beads. Oh, that's just some candy that I picked up. What's your favorite flavor? I like cherry. Alright. Ranma picked up one piece and handed it to her. Think of the flavor cherry as you put it in your mouth and suck on it like a candy drop. The little girl did as she was told and smiled as she tasted cherry on her tongue. That's good. Now think of grape flavor. Kizura did so, and amazingly, the candy drop in her mouth suddenly changed from cherry to grape flavor. She almost spit the candy out her mouth in surprise, but continued to suck on it. How about orange? Kizura only had to think of orange and the candy drop instantly changed flavors again. Wow! Kizura exclaimed. Can it do watermelon? Oh, it can. How about chocolate? Neat. Strawberry. Lime. This is great. The little girl continued to suck on the drop until it was all gone a few minutes later, then looked up at her sibling with soulful eyes. Can I have another? Ranma nodded as he handed her the pouch. Here. You can have it all. I can always get more, and the nice thing about this stuff is that it doesn't cause any cavities. Wow! You have some really neat stuff, Ranma. What's this? The little girl held up the silver medallion that Sojin had given him. Ranma smiled as he thought about his dragon mentor. He figured that his sister's own dragon energies must have drawn her to the talisman's magic. Oh, a friend gave that to me. A very good friend. Pretty. Can I have it? He shook his head. Sorry, sis. That one's mine. Oh. Kizura gave her older sibling her cutest pot. Ranma chuckled as he tousled her hair, then reached into his pack to pull out another item. Here's something that you can have. Do you like music? The little girl nodded, then gasped as she saw what her brother had brought out of his pack. It was about the size of a harmonica and looked like it was made of blue crystal. It was ovoid in shape and it had a mouthpiece protruding out of one side. There were several holes in a line on the opposite side. Ooh, it's shiny. What is it? It's a very nice instrument called an ocarina. Ranma replied. Some friends of mine taught me how to play it. Listen. He then held it up to his lips and blew into the mouthpiece while manipulating the air vents with his fingers to change the pitch. The little girl clapped her hands happily as a lively little tune began to play. She had never heard anything like it. Unknown to her, Ranma's instrument had been crafted by elves. Specifically the Neko-ken clan that dwelled in the ironwood forests near the crystal caverns. The ocarina was composed of blue quartz and it had been given several minor enchantments. As the music continued to play, it began stirring the dragon blood within Kizura. A few minutes later, Ranma ended the tune and then placed the instrument in his sister's hands. Wow! That was neat. Ranma's sister chirped. Can you teach me how to play like that? Of course. Oh, I almost forgot. This goes along with it. He reached back into his pack and pulled out a thin, silver chain, which he attached to one end of the ocarina. Now you can wear it around your neck. Neat. She then held it up to her mouth. Ranma smiled bemusedly at his sibling. Of course he didn't expect her to start playing it as well as he did, and it took him several weeks to learn. Ranma's eyes then widened as Kizura then began playing the same tune that he had played, note for note and in perfect pitch. When she finished the song, she looked up to Ranma and asked, "How did I do?" The dragon warrior could only shrug while scratching the back of his head. "Kizura, you are a natural. The dragon realm. Yes. A little too natural if you ask me." Shura commented. "Well, what would you expect from an elf instrument? It looks like whatever magic was in that ocarina has awakened the dragon power in Ranma's sister. She must have unconsciously sensed the psychic impressions that Ranma left on the instrument when he played it, and then just followed them." Shojin became deep in thought at this new development. Ranma could only smile as he watched and listened to his sister as she played with her new instrument. The little girl quickly repeated the same tune that her older sibling had played, then began making up her own melodies. They were a bit off-key and unsynchronized, but considering that this was her first time, it was quite an achievement that the sounds came together as well as they did. Gradually, the music began to straighten out and flowed more smoothly. Unknown to Kizura, she was actually letting the innate energies of her plaything guide her, teaching her on a subconscious level which notes work together. The dragon martial artist realized that the learning spell on the ocarina must have activated when it came in close proximity to Kizura's hidden power. He remembered back to when his elf friend Mingle had given him that instrument, when he was learning to cast spells through music. The ocarina had an enchantment which would interact with the user's magical aura, to guide him or her through the basic patterns of notes that can be used for sorcery. Eventually, the user would be proficient enough to know those patterns by instinct and be able to cast their own spells, as well as play beautiful melodies. There were a few stipulations for the spell to work. First off, the user had to have some innate talent for magic, and Kizura's dragon heritage certainly made her qualified. Secondly, the person would have to be very open, both in mind and heart. The little girl's youthful innocence fulfilled that prerequisite. As the girl continued to play, the music began to drift outward and wafted along the air currents and ley lines of nature. People passing by the house stopped for a moment to enjoy the wonderful sounds that were coming from the Sodom residence. The music continued to travel, and even when the sound could no longer be heard by mortal man or beast, it still carried far and wide on the spiritual level. Unknown to both Ranma and his sister, certain individuals could pick up the faint disturbances of such mystical notes. Under the right circumstances, When the music began writing a very large, invisible ley line, it was sent directly across the Sea of Japan towards the coast of China. The magic that sustained the tune on a metaphysical level kept it going, and got a boost when it intersected with the ley lines of a certain cursed training ground known as Juuban High. However, since the ley lines there were erratic and chaotic patterns, the melody was torn apart in different directions and most of it was lost. Only a very small fragment of the melody remained, and as it traveled toward its final destination, in his throne room, Herb was in deep contemplation. That trip to the lands of the Amazons had been a waste of time, as the dragon power he had sensed there was long gone. He had lost the trail after following it toward the eastern coast of China. There was not much left to do but return home. The dragon power that he had sensed from Juuban High was also gone. Herb was about to dismiss the whole thing as nothing more than a silly notion when his dragon senses suddenly picked up something very faint, very small, but had the definite trace of dragons, and something else. A servant walked up to him and noticed that his lord seemed preoccupied. "Your Majesty? What is the matter? Did you hear that?" Herb asked as he began straining his ears and mystic senses to pick up on it. "Hear what, my lord? There it goes again," Herb said as he caught some more bits and pieces of the music that only he could hear. Through one fantastic series of coincidences, Kizura's little concert had reached the leader of the Musk dynasty, who was also descended from dragons. "I hear nothing, my lord," the servant said as he strained to hear what his master was hearing. Herb remained silent as he used all his senses to try and follow the music back to its source. However, the distance was too great and the signal was too faint for him to get a definite reading. The best he could do was the general direction in which the melody had come from, which was the same direction in which he had sensed that stronger dragon power departing. Japan. Less than this. There's more looking into ... Greater than a few days later in Japan. Ranma was tugging at the collar of his school uniform as he was handed a book bag from his mother. Neko-ken had wasted no time in getting her son enrolled at a high school. Next to him, Kizura was hugging him goodbye as she prepared to leave for school. "Have a nice day, Rami." Kizura now wore her new ocarina around her neck as she waved goodbye. Ranma smiled at the new nickname that his little sister had given him. Over the last day or so, he had spent much time to get to know his new sibling and came to like her spirit and innocence. Ranma was now under strict orders from Neko-ken not to try to subject Kizura to the same kind of training that Ranma had undergone. She was still angry at the fact that her husband had made her commit petty thefts and it had taken some doing to get those charges dropped against the little girl. Ranma, however, now had to add Kizura's crimes to his long list of debts to pay off as he was seen to be directly responsible by the authorities. Ranma grumbled as he left for his job. However, as soon as he got out of sight of the house, he ran to the nearest payphone. There was a certain someone that he had to call. Ranma waved to his mother as he left for school. Just as he was about to exit the front door, his mother called back to him. "Ranma, aren't you forgetting something?" The young dragon warrior turned back. "What is it, Mom?" "That Neko-ken pointed to the sword that was strapped to his back. "I don't think that they will let you carry that into the school." Ranma looked over his shoulder and then chuckled as he forgot about Crimson Fang. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the sword seemed to fade from view. "Wow!" Kizura chirped. "Where'd it go?" Ranma shrugged as he said, "A little technique I picked up on my travels. Maybe someday I'll teach it to you." He waved to his mother and sister again before departing for school. Meanwhile, in another section of Tokyo, two girls were racing down the streets. Well, one of them was racing down the streets. She had red hair and was taller than her friend. The other, who had a globe of blonde hair and a very cute appearance, was being held by the arm and was shouting for her companion to slow down. At the speed they were traveling at, the blonde girl's feet were far off the ground and she was in the air like a windsock. The redhead was barreling down the streets at such a pace that people were being knocked down in the jet wash of her passing. "Hey Ko! Slow down!" CKO shouted as she saw several small automobiles nearly get overturned from her friend's frantic run to school. "Can't stop now, CKO. AKO Megami said as she hit the overdrive. "We just transferred to this new school and we've already been late 3 times. We have to get to class on time. That's why we left a half hour early. If I know BKO, she's probably got some of her latest battle mecha waiting for us. If I can beat them early, then we'll be able to make homeroom." AKO's expression became dark as she remembered the reason why she had to transfer to this new school. Back at Graviton High, the rivalry between BKO and herself had escalated to the point in which Graviton City could no longer stand the massive destruction and chaos that their fights caused. Not that it was any of her fault. BKO always started the fights with her stupid battle mecha, especially with her Akagiyama 23 biosuit and those stupid missiles. It was getting so bad that her parents were forced to move to Tokyo. Unfortunately, CKO, the object of BKO's obsession, had decided to come with her best friend AKO, and that meant that BKO would follow. As a result, their new school had become a battleground and AKO wondered just how long it would be before they would be forced to move again. Less than damn. I wish there were someone else besides me that BKO could fight with. I can't afford to be late again! Greater than somewhere in reality, Toltir, the god of mischief, was laughing hysterically. As they came barreling down the home stretch, another very powerful individual was just entering the gates of the same school. Ranma read the plaque on the wall as Neko-ken High and looked up at the clock. He smiled as he saw that he still had a good 10 minutes. It was then that he noticed something strange. All the students were suddenly running for cover when someone shouted out, "Look out! Here they come!" Ranma wondered just what was happening when suddenly, A huge rumbling noise was heard and the pavement began to tremble. He looked over to where the sound was emanating from and saw a huge horde of battle mecha tromping toward the front gate. Each was about 10 feet high and sported an impressive array of high-tech weaponry. At the front of the 50 or so death machines was a girl that was being carried on the shoulders of the lead power armors. She had bluish hair and seemed to carry a haughty attitude about her. "Hey you, new guy, get out of the way," a student shouted from behind a tree. Ranma wondered just what the heck was going on when heard something skidding to a halt from behind. He looked behind him and saw two girls in a cloud of dust with a large trench digging behind them. Ako brushed the dust from the skirt of her school uniform and noticed that someone was standing between them and BKO's latest inventions. She saw that he was taller than she was and was very well built. The school uniform he wore showed off his muscular frame and his face was attractive looking. He reminded her of Kay, the boy in which she had a crush on. But that was a relationship that was doomed to fail. That dope liked CKO and wouldn't even give her a second look. As for BKO, she was surprised that this stranger wasn't flinching in the slightest at her army of fearsome battle mecha. Then again, if she knew that Ranma had spent 10 years with dragons the size of jumbo jets, then she would have understood. She had to admit he was a fine-looking specimen. Just about as good-looking as Kay was. She shook her head at the thought as she focused on the task at hand, getting CKO. With that in mind, she prepared to give the order for her mecha to attack. AKO. Prepare for your final reckoning. Release your hold on CKO or suffer the wrath of my new Ultron 3000s. Ranma was still wondering what this was all about as he shrugged and turned to Ako to introduce himself. "Hi, I'm Ranma Sodom. I'm new and I was wondering if would you happen to know where I can find room 120? Ako was dumbfounded. Here this guy was about to be made a bloody smear on the pavement if he didn't get out of the way of those battle machines, and he was asking for directions. Look pal. Now's not the good time to be here. You'd better get out of the way before you get hurt." Ako went into a battle stance while motioning CKO to the side. Ranma shrugged as he said nonchalantly, "Look, all you have to do is tell me where room 120 is and I'll be on my way. Look, can't you see that it's dangerous to be here right now?" Ako said with exasperation. "What? Those things?" Ranma gestured back to BKO's mecha. "Don't tell me that those little toys are giving you so much trouble." "Less than toys," he called my wonderful, massive destruction creations his mere toys ? Greater than if there was one thing that could get BKO riled up just as much as Ako could, it was insulting her inventions. Plus, it was quite irritating the way that this stranger and her rival were ignoring her. "How dare you? You will suffer alongside my most hated rival. Ultron Force 3000s. Attack!" Ranma gave Ako a wink as he said in a polite manner, "Excuse me for just a few seconds. Just as the Ultron 3000s were just taking their first steps, Ranma turned and jumped high. He spread out his right palm and raised it high while focusing his ki. Dragon Flash. His hand suddenly emitted a very intense flare of luminescence, temporarily blinding all those present. The optic sensors of the Neko were rendered inoperative as Ranma came down on them. No one could see what was happening, but they could hear the distinctive sound of something being sliced. When everyone regained their eyesight, they saw that Ranma was standing behind the group of mecha and was casually sheathing his katana. BKO was wondering what had happened when she heard the sounds of metal falling apart. She looked behind her and saw that her Ultron 3000 seemingly break up into neatly sliced pieces. The power armor she was perched on suddenly caved in, and she found herself buried under a pile of scrap metal. Fortunately, she had her Akagiyama 23 biosuit under her clothes, which had protected her. Unfortunately, being buried under 10 tons of heavy armor plating with no leverage left her trapped. She couldn't blast her way out either, as she was also underneath several thousand pounds of lead ammo and ordnance. She had to wait for her cronies to dig her out, who even now scrambling to remove her from the wreckage. Less than how can this be? My Ultron 3000s were constructed out of the finest titanium alloys. He can't have cut through them with just a sword! Greater than AKO and CKO stared at the carnage. In less than a minute, the stranger had reduced the entire mecha force into recyclable materials. They looked over to where Ranma was standing. Ranma grinned as he said, "100 winds flash technique of West. Now, how about those directions?" Meanwhile, in the dragon world, Shojin and Shurek were both chuckling as they looked through a viewing port at their protege. "I see that Ranma had put his lessons in your wind techniques to good use," Shojin commented. "Just you wait. Ranma's just getting started." The White Dragon King of the West let off a snort of amusement. As the two continued to watch Ranma, flying high over the Sea of Japan was another figure. Its form was human-shaped and seemed to be disoriented as its flight path made it zigzag all across the sky. It seemed to be searching for something, or someone. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of the third rewrite of this story, and there's more to come. Prince Herb will be encountering Ranma soon, and things are going to get even more hectic. Rest assured, when two dragon warriors get together, property damage is going to skyrocket, and adding the cast of Project AKO will make things even more interesting. See you there. Dragon Child disclaimer, here boys. Where are you? Less than greater than. Thoughts. Dragon Telepathy Chapter 4 Transformation. Class, we have a new student today. His name is Ranma Sodom, and he has just come in from China. Ranma bowed as the teacher finished introductions, then took the only empty seat in the class, which was coincidentally beside a red-haired girl with superhuman strength and a hyperactive blonde. A few seats away, BKO looked on as her razor-sharp mind began hatching up a new scheme. "Hi. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm a KO. You did a really great job in smashing up those bottlenecks before. She started looking up and down at her new classmate and especially took note of his sharply defined musculature. No problem, Ranma said nonchalantly as he gave her a friendly smile. AKO could only gaze upon him with a starry expression. Less than, oh boy. He's even more dreamy looking than Kay was. Better still, this guy isn't a wimp. Greater than she then remembered herself and gestured to her fire end. Oh, and this is my friend CKO. The little blonde-haired bundle of energy nodded as she greeted Ranma with her usual perky style. High exclamation point Minamiko and its single quotes realine seto mitayu exclamation point Watawa did this morning Shokundi just noted 8-way single quote we'll all be good friends exclamation point everyday comma coached satakad by a load of robots and stuff comma buts usual stroys time alanaming exclamation point udoka autos aerobots and scans and I never saw close upset throughout trash at those machines and Ranma just partially caught what a KO's friend was saying to him, but still gave her a nod. He was so focused on trying to decipher what CKO uttering, that he didn't notice the lovesick look a KO was giving him, nor the devious expression on BKO's face a few chairs behind him. In the dragon world. Well now, it looks like the ladies are starting to notice your pupil, Shojin. Karita remarked. I expected as much. Shojin said with pride as he and Karita peered through the viewing portal. It was then that the smaller dragon noticed heading toward the coast of Japan. Oh dear. Look at that. The fire dragon king of the south looked over to where his companion was indicating, then nodded his head. The viewing portal now depicted a small cargo ship that was sailing across the Sea of Japan and was about to reach the coastline. On board the vessel were several Amazon women and their leader, an ancient crone that was perched on a cane. It seems that the females at school are not the only ones that had noticed him. Should we give him a hand? Shojin was thoughtful for a moment, then shook his head. Ranma is not in any true danger for the moment, and his interactions with these females will help him adapt to dealing with others. In any case, unless Ranma is in true peril, we are still forbidden to interfere with any mortal affairs. I remember what Sakran had declared when he allowed Ranma to return to Earth. Indeed. Karita agreed as they turned their attention back to the portal. By the way, did you take care of that little detail about Ranma's, what? It. Shojin thought for a moment, then slumped down. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. I was so eager to see how Ranma would adjust to the human world that I forgot to put the mental barrier on his transformation powers. This could prove interesting. Although I had taught Ranma not use his shape-shifting ability unless it was necessary, he could still undergo full transformation under very high stress or mortal danger. Let's just hope that he doesn't get into any of that. At that moment, there was a sound of flapping wings from outside of the cavern. Both dragons looked toward the entrance, saw that they had a couple of visitors. Kurashu. Right. What a pleasant surprise. Shojin greeted. Kurishu was a female golden-maned dragon. Like all golden-maned dragons, she had feathery bird-like wings, instead of the more common bat-wing varieties. She was about 60 feet in length. She also had a long mane of yellow fur from behind her head, which ran down her back and tail. Her eyes sparkled like amber gems and her features were graceful and streamlined. As soon as she sat down, she glowed with a soft, yellow light and instantly morphed into a beautiful human adolescent, with waist-length blonde hair and pale skin. She wore a simple, emerald dress that would have just barely covered a tea tray. She had a crimson, triangular jewel on the center of her forehead and a wedge-shaped marking on either side of her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled as she approached Shojin and the Dragon King. Reich was a great thunder dragon and happened to be a close friend of Ranma's during the time he grew up in the dragon realm. Like all dragons of his kind, Reich's scales were colored a dull gray and he was about 90 feet in length. He too took on a human form and became a husky teen with lightly tanned skin and a massive navy blue hair. He was dressed in a simple tunic and leggings ensemble. Though it was unnecessary for both to assume human forms, both he and his cousin had gotten used to the bodies after spending much time with their childhood playmate, Ranma. They stood side by side as they bowed to the Dragon King of the South. Hail to thee, great Dragon King. Both youngsters said. Kurishu then bowed to Shojin. Greetings, Godfather. Ranma's teacher nodded. A pleasure as always, Kurishu. You too, Reich. So what brings you two here? We wanted to know how Ranma's doing, now that he's in the human world. Reich replied. He then gave a sly expression. Though Kurishu would much rather know if he's found himself a human girlfriend. The transformed golden-maned dragon's cheeks reddened as she promptly denied it. Cut it out, Reich. I just wanted to see if Ranma is doing alright, that's all. Yeah, sure. Shojin couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that Kurishu was very interested in his protege and had often hinted that she wanted to become more than just friends. Ranma seems to be doing fine. See for yourself. Reich and Kurishu nodded as they stepped closer to the viewing portal. Back on Earth, Ranma was just starting on his lunch in the cafeteria when both AKO and CKO came up to him. Hey Ranma, mind if we sit with you? No problem. Ranma gestured to the seats next to him. As he watched the two girls sit down, CKO thrust a bento in front of AKO. The red-haired girl blanched at the sight of the offered tray as her companion took on a bubbly expression. Here AKO, I made this just for you. Ranma couldn't help but gaze at the look of absolute terror on AKO's face as she looked at her friend's offering. Island. Something the matter? AKO held up her hands and waved frantically while trying to hold a smile. No. And nothing's wrong. It's just that. Well, I just bought this big meal here and it would be a shame to waste it after paying for it. Sorry CKO. Maybe next time. AKO's friend went from cheerfulness to absolute disappointment in a nanosecond as her eyes began to get watery and her face took on this sad pulpy expression. "Oh, but AKO, I worked so hard on this for you. Can't I just a little? Please? Pretty please?" AKO sighed. She knew where this was going. Every time her friend went into that sad, pulpy dog routine, the redhead would cave in and be subjected to yet another bout with the lethal cuisine that her friend referred to as food. She wondered if anyone could be an even worse cook than CKO. Somewhere in Mirima, a certain uncouth tomboy sneezed. "Sorry, couldn't resist that one." AKO was about to reach out with her chopsticks when Ranma saved her. "Do you mind if I try some?" AKO let out a sigh of relief when she heard those words, then panicked again. CKO's cooking may likely kill this boy, and it was so hard the super strong girl to get a date. "Ranma, you really don't." CKO cut in as soon as she heard Ranma's polite offer. "Really? That's great. Here, take as much as you want." She thrust the bento in front of Ranma. "No, you don't have to." AKO was now frantically shaking her head and waving her hands. Ranma smiled as he good-naturedly took peace with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. He had only been here one day and he was already making some new friends. Life seemed good. Then it happened. He didn't know why, but as soon as the morsel hit his tongue, it suddenly changed temperature from tepid to blazing hot. He had experienced high heat before, but nothing like this had ever hit his taste buds all at once. He then felt a feeling of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him as he began to chew. He wondered just what was in that food and felt a wave of dizziness. He suddenly felt clammy. Then he made the biggest mistake of all. He swallowed. Ranma. Both Kurishu and Wright gasped. "Don't worry. He'll be alright." "Less than I hope!" Exclamation point greater than Sojin added silently. AKO frowned as she saw her new friend suddenly turn green, then blue, then purple. She winced as she saw his forehead become covered in sweat. Then she held her breath when she saw him swallow. She began thinking that she should call his next of kin at this moment. Ranma leaned back and his mouth opened wide, belching out a huge stream of fire. He looked like he was going to explode as his face turned red, then black, then pure white. Ranma started making convulsions, then leapt up and did a backflip. He then crashed down onto the floor of the cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone there. AKO quickly rushed to his side and crouched down to hold him in her arms. CKO's expression went from joyful to confusion. Why was he acting like that? It couldn't be her food, could it? She had been practicing and had thought she had gotten the recipe right. It couldn't be that bad, could it? She looked down at the bento, then decided to try a bite. Ranma was still emitting smoke from his mouth after the initial fires had burned themselves out. Even though he had the constitution of a dragon and could withstand any natural poisons and most drugs, CKO's cooking was anything but normal, and there were certain things that even a dragon couldn't stomach. That point was further supported by CKO suddenly jumping up and down and screaming after eating a bite of her own food. Yay! I'm on fire. I need water. CKO was also spouting flames, though nowhere near as large or as hot as Ranma's were. As she rushed to the nearest water cooler, Akela looked back down at the boy cradled in her arms. She smiled with some relief as she saw some color return to his face. She also noticed how very well built he was. Her cheeks began to tinge with pink as she felt the lean and tight-muscled frame in her arms. She looked at his face and became even more embarrassed as his eyes met hers, and he gave her a small smile, signaling that he was all right. She almost fainted at the sight. She had never seen such a shade of blue before, and those liquid depths accentuated the rest of his handsome features. He was such a hunk, and those slitted pupils of his were so dreamy. Hey! What is that? How do you think she's doing? Kurishu exclaimed. I thought you and Ranma were just good friends. Karita teased. Well, I mean, the golden-haired girl turned around, for she didn't want the Fire Dragon King to see that her cheeks were now redder than his scales. Back on Earth. Less than wait a second. Slitted pupils ? Greater than AKO did a double take as she looked into his eyes again. However, she did not get a closer look as Ranma blinked and then started to rise. He gave her a weak smile and dusted himself off. Well, that was interesting. I must say that your friend's cooking packs quite a kick. Ranma commented politely as he looked over to where CKO was drinking like mad from a nearby water fountain. Akeo shook herself to compose herself as she got up and said, yeah. CKO's cooking does tend to be a bit on the spicy side. She is getting better though. Usually it takes a person a lot longer to get over it after eating her food. I'm really sorry that. Ranma held up a hand and said, no need to apologize. Actually, as far as spiciness goes, that was actually a little milder than some of the foods I've eaten. It just caught me off guard, that's all. Ranma was in fact telling the truth. In the dragon world, he had been foolish enough to take a bite into one of Karita's special demon inferno peppers. The Fire Dragon King of the South loved to spice up his meals and had grown his own specialty herbs. Ranma had taken a small nibble, but that one tiny bite alone was like swallowing napalm, nitroglycerin and a truckload of jalapenos all at once. Despite Ranma's ties to dragons and his high resistance to heat, that one bite had taxed the insides of his body to the limit. It had taken more than a month before Ranma could taste anything again. Since then, he had preferred foods that were easily digestible. Meanwhile, near one side of the school, PKO and her henchmen were busy planning the latest scheme to separate CKO from AKO. This time, however, there was an added hitch. The spoiled rich girl was more than intrigued by Ranma's interference that morning. The way he had sliced up her battle Neko with that sword of his had been unbelievable. Even though no one else saw it since that sudden flare of light had blinded them, one of the video cameras from the destroyed mecha had survived when her crew went to salvage the wreckage. The sensors could not accurately measure the power contained within the blade, nor could it analyze the material it was composed of. The thought of what she could do with such a weapon made her shiver with delight. She saw herself standing triumphantly over a beaten and cut KO with that sword held above, ready to deliver the final blow. Furthermore, the owner of the sword was also puzzling. The sensors had also scanned him and Ranma did not register completely as human either. Ranma was mystery and BKO was determined to solve it. That and the fact that her most hated rival had started forming an attachment to him only fueled her determination. He was very handsome and even better than that wimp K was. Taking him and CKO away from her would even be more delicious. Yes, this was going to be very interesting. She then gave off a maniacal laugh that made a certain black rose in street. He seemed tame. Meanwhile, back in China, have all the preparations been made? Prince Herb asked. Yes, my lord. The servant answered. The journey should take only a day, 2 at most. Excellent. We shall leave immediately. The ruler of the Musk dynasty turned away to make his own preparations in his private chambers. He continued to contemplate what he would do once he arrived in Japan and found the source of the dragon power that he had detected earlier. He had already decided that such power was his by rights and any who stood in his way would be dealt with. He was the Dragon Prince and only he should have such magic. According to his spies, he was already aware that the Amazons had left for the land of the rising sun. To any other person who was familiar with the warrior women, it appeared as if they were on a simple husband-hunting expedition, but Herb knew better. He knew that they were after the same dragon power that he sensed, but they would not have it. He was the descendant to those majestic beasts, and only he could claim the rights to that power. After all, who else could boast about such a lineage? Little did he know that in his arrogance, he neglected to consider that the current owner to that power was not about to give it up to anyone, not even to another dragon descendant. On the western coastline of Okinawa, a lone figure finally sat down after a long and exhaustive flight across the vast expanse of the sea. The being was female in shape and made a soft splash while sitting down on the shoreline and lay sprawled on her belly. As the individual struggled to get to her feet, twin appendages on her naked back spread themselves out to flap themselves dry. Then, a moment later, the being took to the skies again. Both just barely managed to keep aloft. Less than getting closer. Greater than later that day, at Ranma's home. Mom, I'm home. Rami. Ranma smiled as his 8-year-old sister Kizura glomped onto his legs as soon as he entered the house. Patting her head, he managed to pry himself loose from her iron grip. He then picked her up and swung her around before giving her a piggyback ride into the house. Hello son. How was your first day? Ranma nodded to his mother as he set his sister down in the den. It wasn't too bad. Made a couple of new friends. So when's dinner? Nodoka gestured towards his room and said, "We'll be going out to eat tonight, so you'd better get changed. We'll be leaving as soon as your father returns. He should be back in an hour." The dragon warrior nodded as he went upstairs to his old room to change. As he took out some new clothes to wear, he decided to check on a few things in his backpack. Unzipping the top, he took out several flat, rectangular objects and focused his key into them. The objects instantly expanded to form several thick books. Ranma checked each and every one of them, making certain that the protection spells and locks were intact. In addition to Crimson Fang, Ranma had received several other dragon gifts in the form of spell books and talismans. The volumes that he possessed contained a vast amount of magical knowledge, and it wouldn't do if his greedy father or would-be sorcerers were to get a hold of those secrets. The books had been a present from Sakran, and it had various rock spells and incantations, as well as the locations of the many portals in which to enter the dragon realm. They also listed the names and locations of the dragons that still existed on Earth. After making certain that the protection spells were in place and that the locks were secure, the dragon warrior shrank them down and placed them into his backpack. He then went to take a quick bath before getting ready for dinner. Some time later, Ranma was unusually happy as he led his family into a small restaurant near the edge of Juuban. Ranma and his mother couldn't help but be suspicious of him. After all, it was just a couple of days ago that his son had pounded the living daylights out of him for his deceitful ways. And there was also the matter of that sepulchre contract that Nodoka had reminded him of. After all that had happened, Ranma seemed to be too relaxed and sure of himself. Something was up. Ranma had noticed that his mother was also giving her husband a suspicious eye when he suggested going to a restaurant that was near the Nirima district. Ranma and his mother's suspicions were confirmed as they entered the establishment, and Ranma started waving to a group that was already sitting down at a nearby table, which incidentally was the table that Nodoka had reserved. "Soon, my friend. Good to see you again. Ranma. Over here." Nodoka's eyes furrowed a bit as she recognized the Tendo patriarch and his three daughters. After Ranma returned home after Ranma's apparent death, Nodoka had gotten acquainted with Sun and his family. Ranma's old friend was just a bundle of uncontrolled nerves and emotions. That was when she had learned of the pact to unite the schools of the Anything Goes. She had been keeping on relatively quiet terms with the Tendos since then. Now that Ranma had returned, she should have expected that her husband and his over-emotional friend would try to get her son to marry Akan, Kasumi or Nebiki. With that in mind, she pulled her husband off to the side. "Dear, just is the meaning of this," Nodoka said in a low, but very firm tone. I don't know what you're talking about," Ranma said with slight tremble to his voice. "I thought it would be nice to get together with my old friend, so I invited him and his family to join us for dinner. This would be a good opportunity for Ranma to meet. Nodoka cut him off with a very dangerous look. This isn't some plan for you to force Ranma to marry one of Soon's daughters, now is it? No. It's not that at all, Ranma said defensively. Some sweat was starting to form on his brow. I just thought that it would be nice for us to spend some time with old friends, that's all. And it wouldn't hurt if Ranma got to know Soon and his family, now would it? Nodoka remained silent for a long moment before she said, just so long as it is just that, Ranma. Remember that I am still holding you to that contract. I will not tolerate any coercion or suggestion of marriage. Is that understood? Why yes dear. Very well then. Nodoka then led her husband back to where Ranma and Kizura were standing and the four of them headed to the table. Ranma, it was very kind of you to invite us to join you for dinner. Soon then looked at the tall and handsome boy beside Nodoka. And this must your son, Ranma? Nodoka nodded as she and her family took a seat. Ranma sat beside his old friend. Yes, he just returned to us from China. Well now, Ranma. Soon then gestured to his three girls. I would like you to meet my daughters. My oldest daughter Kasumi, she's 19. My middle daughter Nebiki, she's 17. My youngest daughter Akan, she's 16. Ranma nodded to each. Kasumi was gentle-looking with long brown hair done up in a simple, lush tail. Nebiki had short, brown hair cropped in a fashionable, yet very moderate style, while Akan has a long black hair with equally lengthy sideburns. Pleased to meet you all. Soon Bingazi said, so, which one of my girls will you marry? He then found himself short of breath as Ranma jabbed his elbow into his solar plexus. Well, shouldn't we get started and order an appetizer, while Ranma gets acquainted? Ranma said with a nervous laugh. As he gestured for the waiter to bring some menus, the three girls began looking over the handsome boy. The Dragon Realm. Carisha gave a slight growl, while Wright could only chuckle. Behind them, Sojin and Karita watched with more interest. Kasumi saw a very mature-looking person who seemed nice enough, though a bit young for her. For some reason, she felt that Ranma had a certain something that set him apart from everyone else. He was very attractive though. He had a kind of trait that made him seem otherworldly. Contrary to popular belief, the eldest daughter was not as unaware to things going on outside of her home. She possessed a mental acuity that rivaled her mercenary sisters and had a bit of a sixth sense for things that seemed out of place. Nebiki looked over the boy with the calculating efficiency that had made her the ice queen of Graviton High. Less than HMM, good-looking, built, tall, obviously not starving, interesting. I'm going to need some more information. Greater than Akan managed to hide her contempt for boys as she nodded her head to him and said hello. Boys were nothing but perverts after all. Only Dr. Tofu was the exception. Every other boy was scum and deserved to be pounded into the ground with Kuno and the rest of the morning mobs that she faced every day. It had taken some doing for her father to persuade her to join the rest of the family to eat with the Sodoms. After finding out from Ranma that his son was alive, her father had gone into a fit of silliness and kept on repeating some nonsense about the schools being joined. Whenever she asked him about it, her father would just give her a goofy grin and say nothing. As the families ate dinner and engaged in quiet conversation, Ranma was in a bit nervous throughout the evening. With Nodoka watching over him like a hawk, he couldn't press Ranma into choosing one of the girls as a fiancé. Furthermore, the hope of the boy getting close to one of Soon's daughters diminished, as he showed no interest in them other than casual acquaintances. Ranma and Soon had thought that by just introducing them to each other, they could let nature take its course. However, they knew about romance about as much as they knew about quantum physics. They had assumed that it would be love at first sight, but the boy wasn't cooperating. Less than come on boys. Ask one of them out. Do something. Can't you see that your future bride is there? Come on. What's wrong with you? The fate of the anything goes martial arts depends on you marrying a Tendo exclamation point greater than. However, Ranma despaired in silence as Ranma simply continued making polite, yet non-intimate conversation with the girls. Ranma's father suppressed the urge to shout out that he should pick a bride and get it over with. If Nodoka wasn't there and that damn seppuku contract, he would have forced Ranma to choose from the start. But he was forced to sit and fume in silence. He also noticed that Soon was agitated at the lack of results this meeting was having. So, what kind of martial arts do you study? Akan asked. Ranma shrugged as he replied, well, I know about the Sodom style of the anything goes, but I haven't really practiced it very much. I do know several other styles and I'm pretty good with kendo forms as well. Ranma purposely didn't mention that he was actually from the school of the Four Dragon Kings. Akan frowned a bit when she heard that Ranma knew of kendo. Less than great, another Kuno exclamation point greater than. She had developed a special disgust for the pompous captain of Furanken's kendo club, ever since he made that insane declaration for her to be defeated in order to date her. But she was curious to see what level this Ranma was at. Not as good as her, of course, since he did admit that he didn't practice the anything goes very often. Say, would like to have a sparring match sometime? Ranma looked at Akan and took a moment to consider before saying, thanks for the offer but no thanks. Akan's eyes narrowed as she was casually brushed off. How dare that boy turn her down? Does he think that he's better than she was? Did he think that she wasn't good enough for him? Her temper began to rise at this boy for this fight against her ego. Ranma apparently didn't notice Akan getting miffed. The Dragon World. Oh my. It seems that Ranma still needs some work on being tactful. Karina commented. Well, it's not like he had very much practice with other people. After all, He spent most of his time with us dragons. Ranma had simply gauged the girl's skill level and saw it was well below his own. I had tried to teach him subtlety, but it looks like he needs more practice. Shojin replied. That's one of the main points why I sent him back to his world, to get the experience. Unlike his clueless father, Ranma does learn from his mistakes. Ranma could have beaten her, no problem. Carisha commented, relieved to seeing that he wasn't interested in that girl. The Fire Dragon King of the South then saw a scene that was sure to erupt into violence, some blocks away. Look at that. Earth. Ranma pulled Soon off to the side as the rest of the group went to the cashier to pay for the bill. Ranma. The schools must be joined. Soon whispered. I thought you said that all we needed to do was to have them meet and let nature take its course. I thought so too, but that boy of mine isn't cooperating. Ranma was very exasperated. He had thought that Ranma would go with Neko-ken, after their little conversation about martial arts. He was a martial artist and so was she. You couldn't ask for a more perfect matchup, right? But Ranma spoiled everything by turning her down to a match. He had also noticed that Ranma was taking normal-sized bites. Ranma despaired and silently vowed to retrain that son of his in the anything goes. Maybe a refresher course, starting with the cat fist, would be in order. Less than well, maybe not the cat fist greater than he still remembered Nodoka's warning. Well, why don't we just... I told you before Soon. We can't just force that boy to marry up with one of your daughters. Nodoka would kill me if she found out. Besides, Ranma shuddered as he remembered how badly Ranma had pounded him that day. The boy's too strong and independent for such measures. We have to think up a subtle plan for him to marry one of your daughters. By the way, Tendo, which one of them is he going to marry? Soon thought for a moment, then said, Neko-ken. Yes. She's a martial artist. He's a martial artist. It's a match made with heaven's blessings. In the dragon world, Shojin, Reich, Carisha and Karita groaned and disgust at the sheer stupidity these two humans were displaying. Ranma smiled as he said, then it's up to us to bring our children together. Then it's soon. And Ranma's Operation Wedding Bells. The two said quietly as they struck a small pose. Near the cashier, Nodoka frowned as she saw the two men whisper to each other, then took a pose. It looks like she would have to have another one of those IM discussions with her husband. Later on in the early evening, after Kizuraku had been put to bed, Ranma was soaring high over Tokyo as the sun began setting toward the horizon. He had decided to have a quick flight before turning in for the night. He had always loved flying with the wind dragons of Shurek's domain and it was a great way to relieve tension. He had told his parents that he was just going out for a while. Of course, his father shouted at him, telling him that he was being lax in his training and accused him of becoming weak like a girl. Ranma agreed to a quick match and Ranma was instantly pounded into Lolo Land. promising his mother that he would return shortly. Ranma then walked a few blocks before taking flight, making certain that he was high enough so no one would spot him. He darted across the darkening sky and watched the city below turn on its evening lights. Less than everything looks so peaceful from up here. Maybe I should take Kizarat flying one of these days. Greater than Ranma took a deep breath while enjoying the air as it rushed past his face. Everything seemed just right at that moment. Kabion. Ranma looked down when he heard the explosion and saw a huge column of smoke rising from an area near the west side of Juuban. He decided to investigate and dived down toward it. AKGIYAMA missiles. AKO yelped as she twisted and turned to dodge BKO's attack. The missiles from the rich girl's battle armor exploded all around the super-strong redhead, causing major property damage. Stores were wrecked, signs were blasted and huge potholes in the pavement were formed as the two rivals duked it out. You won't get away this time, AKO. I will defeat you. BKO sneered as she launched another barrage of missiles at her. Will you just give it a rest? AKO shouted as she leapt high to avoid the attack, then dived down to plow her feet into BKO's gut. It had been bad enough that her rival attacked her daily at school, but now she was doing it after class as well. She just didn't know when to quit. BKO was sent reeling back from the force of the blow, but did a somersault and then lashed out with her whip, catching AKO's leg. She then used her suit's strength boosters to swing her around before slamming the schoolgirl into the asphalt. THOM. AKO was quick to bounce back as she worked her leg free, grabbed the whip and yanked. BKO was thrown off balance and pulled toward her. As soon as she got close, AKO reared back a fist and gave BKO a haymaker to the chin. The force of her punch caused the face shield to crack as BKO was sent flying back again. The armored girl did not land on the ground as she activated her suit's flight mechanisms and became airborne. She flew up to a height of 50 feet and hovered. I have a surprise for you, AKO. Remember my Ultron 3000 battle droids? You never did get to face off against them this morning since that new student had cut them to pieces, so I thought to whip up some brand new and upgraded models, just for you. She took out a small control device and pressed the red button. AKO wondered just what was going on when she then heard the distant sounds of jet engines in the distance. She then looked up and saw several bright dots in the sky, heading toward where they were. In less than a minute, 12 large and very dangerous-looking giant robots landed in front of her. Each machine was at least 40 feet tall and sported an array of weaponry that made their predecessors look like tinker toys. They were far more massive and had thicker armor. Behold, my Ultron 3000s. They had at least 50% more armaments and the best titanium/vanadium armor, 10 inches thick. Even you couldn't punch through that. Prepare to meet your maker. AKO winced as the first of the robots began with a barrage of laser fire. The redhead jumped up and landed on the shoulder of the machine. Digging her fingers into the metal, she began pulling with all her might. The armor may be too dense for her to rip open, but the junction between its head and shoulder wasn't. Circuits began letting off sparks as they were torn free. When enough of an opening was made, Ako sent her fist into the exposed machinery, causing a small explosion. She leapt off the robot as it suddenly toppled forward like a tree, crashing onto the pavement with a resounding crash. "Bring it on!" Ako cried out as the other machines began letting loose with missiles, energy beams and other projectiles. Whoa! AKO's packing some serious power. Their exclamation point greater than Ranma had seen the girl's display of superhuman strength and was impressed. Less than she could probably give some of the lesser fire and earth dragons a run for their money. Exclamation point greater than Ranma then frowned as she saw the brave, yet hopelessly outnumbered girl fight on. BKO wasn't not playing fair as she used her monstrosities to keep the KO occupied as she took pot shots at her foe. He winced as he saw KO avoid a barrage of BKO's missiles, only to be hammered into the pavement by a robot fist from behind. It then released a ball of sticky goop from a shouldered cannon, which covered Ako and glued her to the ground, hampering her movements and blunting her strength. The droids took this opportunity to keep pounding the poor girl into the concrete as BKO laughed maniacally from above. That was when Ranma decided to step in. BKO was ecstatic as she watched her creations continue to mercilessly pound her rival into a pulp. The super adhesive she had developed had worked like a charm and now held down Ako like a spider caught in flypaper. She became even more amused as her robots began releasing canisters of tear gas at their helpless target as they continued to pound away at her. Without any leverage to push against or a chance to retaliate, Ako's superhuman strength was rendered useless and it wouldn't be long before she was forced into submission. Nothing could stop Ako now. Ako was just barely conscious from the beating she received as the robots halted for a moment to regard their prey. They all raised their fists to deliver the final blow. Ako closed her eyes and waited for the end. Dragon flash. A huge strobe of light suddenly appeared ahead, blinding both BKO and her robot's sensors. She then heard the sounds of metal being sliced apart as a gale force wind was suddenly swept up. Her suit's flying mechanisms were strained to their limits to keep destabilized. 100 winds flash of the west. When the bright light finally faded from view, her eyes widened as she saw Ranma standing amid several piles of scrap metal and robot parts. In his arms he held a KO, battered, barely conscious, but somehow clean of the sticky goop. Ranma looked up defiantly at BKO. Crimson fang glinted in the night from its scabbard. "You again. You dare to interfere with my revenge. This is none of your business. Too bad. I'm making it my business." Ranma retorted as he gently set Ako down to one side. "Now, leave Ako alone or else." BKO sneered at him and said, "So, you think you can just butt into my affairs? You've got gold. I like that in a man. BKO smiled seductively at Ranma as she then pushed another button on her remote control. I was hoping that we'd meet again. You've already proven yourself quite formidable. I was hoping that we might be able to have something. However, she glared at Akeo. Since it seems that you are allying yourself with my mortal enemy, I must consider you as my enemy as well. A pity, but now you two must share Akeo's fate. Oh well, at least I'll still have CKO when this is over. BKO shrugged as 2 dozen more of her Ultron 3000s appeared from the sky and began firing at Ranma and Akeo. Ranma had no chance of fighting back as he was concerned with Akeo's safety. Quickly sweeping her back up in his arms, he began leaping about and darting every which way to avoid the laser beams, concussion blasts and various ordnance that was thrown at him. More property was damaged as he scrambled to get Akeo to safety. He's very nimble. I'll give him that. BKO marveled as not one of her Ultron 3000s could score a hit. She then saw Ranma run into an abandoned building. She directed her robots to obliterate the building completely. The droids launched a sizzling swarm of missiles at the structure, enveloping it in a series of explosions. Gas mains were ignited, adding more fuel to the conflagration, causing the building to fall apart in a heap of concrete, wood and twisted metal. BKO sighed as she thought about what could have been magic between herself and Ranma. Oh well, time to move on. It was then that an inhuman roar was heard from the wreckage of the building. The Dragon World. Shojin. Would a building collapsing on top of him and multiple explosions count as a mortal danger to Ranma? I'd say so. Earth. BKO wondered just what was going on when the huge, still burning mound of debris began to tremble and shake from something moving beneath it. Suddenly, it exploded out into a hail of flaming rubble and the rich girl had to fly backward to avoid being hit by embers and chunks of concrete. A huge cloud of smoke was kicked up as something huge emerged from the rubble. It was then that the smoke cleared and BKO got a good look at what had just came out of the mound. The dragon was huge. It measured more than 120 feet from snout to tail. It resembled a dragon of Western Europe and it had blue scales with silver highlights. Its head was kind of a cross between a Chinese dragon of ancient legend and something from the time of Camelot. The face had wing-like protrusions and sparse hairs around its temples. The large, bat-like wings attached to its shoulders kicked up even more dust and debris. It let off another roar as it turned its head toward BKO and her robots. The Dragon World. He's so beautiful, Karishu said as she marveled at Ranma's dragon form. Now, things are going to get interesting. Shojin commented. Earth. BKO was more than shocked to see Ranma's dragon form, which looked at her as if it was going to swallow her up in one gulp. She decided that now was time for a strategic retreat as she ordered her robots to attack it while she withdrew from the battle scene. The Ultron 3000s opened up with every weapons they had, but the energy beams and missiles were about as effective as throwing pebbles against Ranma's thick, scaly hide. The dragon tolerated the little nets for a few moments, then looked down at the ground. Ako was still unconscious at his feet after Ranma had shielded her body with his own during the building's collapse. Not wanting Ako to be hurt by any falling debris or errant laser blasts, Ranma raised his head back up and opened his mouth. A huge blast of blue-white fire exploded forth from his mouth and reduced a third of the robots into melted piles of slag. A single flap of his wings caused a hurricane blast of wind to be kicked up, knocking back the several of the irritating machines and slamming them into the pavement. One swish of his tail smashed the rest into recyclable junk. When the robots had all been dispatched, the dragon looked down at the girl and saw her starting to regain consciousness. He also began hearing sirens in the distance and the flashing lights of fire engines and police cars. Not wanting to be around when the authorities arrived, he carefully picked up Ako in one of his massive paws and took off. A news van stopped in its tracks as its camera crew looked up in awe at the magnificent flying lizard streak overhead. They couldn't wait to show this footage on the nightly news. Ako regained full consciousness as the nightly air cleared her head. Though they were flying at an altitude of at least 3,500 feet, she didn't feel the slightest chill. Whatever was holding her was very warm, like an electric blanket turned on high. She then looked up and her eyes widened. She was so stunned that she didn't even think to scream. "No need for you to panic, Ako. It's just me." Ako became confused at the sudden voice in her head. "Huh? What's happening? Where's Ranma? What did you do to him, you monster?" Ako began pounding on Ranma's oversized fist, making him wince. "Calm down, Ako. It's me, Ranma." Ako thought she was dreaming as she continued to stare up at the dragon that was holding her. She began to panic and tried to break free of the dragon's grip. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Look down." Ako then noticed that they were flying pretty high and a fall from this altitude would hurt, even with her strength and endurance. She ceased in her struggles and then looked back up. Ranma, is that really you?" "Yeah, it is. I guess I should explain myself. Listen, could it wait until we land?" Ako couldn't believe that this huge dragon was the same person she shared lunch with as she nodded slightly. Okay." Ranma nodded as he winged his way toward Mount Fuji and disappeared behind the summit. A while later, Ako watched in awe as the dragon standing before her glowed with a soft blue and white aura and then flared. The huge shape began shrinking down and shifting back into a humanoid form. When it took on Ranma's normal form, the light faded away and Ako was now face to face with the dragon warrior, who was fully clothed with his sword strapped to his back. Ranma gave Ako a sheepish smile as he scratched the back of his head and said, Hi there, Ako. Sorry about this. To be continued." Author's notes. Well, that takes care of the rewrite to Chapter 4. Not too bad with an injured wrist. As for the new players that I've introduced, Kurishu is a female golden-maned dragon and one of Ranma's playmates when he was growing up. She has a huge crush on him. Right is a great thunder dragon and Ranma's other rough and tumble childhood friend. You can find their entries in the dragon section of Dragon Lore, after I get around to updating it, and they will make their appearances in the human world in the near future to add to the chaos. As for Prince Herb, there will be a major confrontation between him and Ranma as the ruler of the Musk dynasty will demand that Ranma hand over his dragon gifts. As for the thing that came from Juuban and just landed in Okinawa, well, stay tuned. Dragon Child disclaimer, OW. That uncute tomboy really knows how to hurt a guy. In any case, I'm still not going to write any stories that pair her up with... Wait. Hold on. Hey no. Less than greater than. Thoughts, Telepathic Communication Chapter 5 Fiancé Fracas, you're a dragon. AKO was stunned after hearing her classmates' explanations. Ranma sheepishly smiled and nodded to AKO. Well, I'm more or less part dragon on my mother's side. You see, one of my ancestors was a dragon and most of his traits were passed down through the generations. I also learned a lot from the other dragons who raised me for the last 10 years. You were raised by dragons. Well, yeah, for the last 10 years or so. I've only found my human parents a couple of days ago. Whoa. The super strong teen was impressed. Oh, not too shocked. You're taking this rather well. Ranma observed. Another person would be totally speechless. I expected you to faint or something. Now it was AKO's turn to be a bit sheepish. Well, you being a dragon isn't exactly something out of the ordinary for me, considering what I've been through in Graviton City. I've gone up against aliens, monsters and of course that stupid girl, BKO. You've already seen me fight her and her battle Nika. I have and you're strong. I've never seen a regular person rip open a robot like that. Are you using some kind of strength-boosting magic or something? No, I was just born this way. I kind of inherited some stuff from parents too. Oh? Who are your parents? Well, let's just say that my dad's a really super guy and my mom's a wonderful woman. Okay, so what's the deal with your fight with BKO? Does that happen often? Just about every day. AKO shrugged. She's got some obsession with taking CKO away from me and claims that I walked out on her during a duel of honor, or some nonsense. Oh, I appreciate the help that you gave me back there. BKO has been getting on my nerves lately. I wish I could seen the look on her face when you broke up her toys. AKO let off a quiet chuckle in which Ranma joined in while scratching the back of his head. Yeah, well, I'd appreciate it if you'd keep quiet about all this. AKO nodded. No problem. I know what it's like to be different. You can trust me. You helped me. So I get to help a really cute boy. She extended her hand out. Friends? Friends? Ranma smiled as he grasped her hand and shook it. It was then that she let off a yelp in pain. Ouch! Ranma quickly retracted his hand and said, "Sorry. Sometimes I don't know my own strength." Ako waved it off as she rubbed her slightly sore hand. "It's okay. My hands are just sore from fighting those robots, that's all." However, from that one handshake alone, Ako knew that Ranma's strength rivaled her own and was just reeking of magic. Like all things that were mortal, she had a vulnerability to things of a mystical nature. Ako continued to gaze at the handsome boy before her. Finally, a boy who was good-looking, strong, could defend himself and was fun to be with. She began wondering what she ever saw in the Dragon Realm. Ooh, she'd better not get any funny ideas with Ranma. Carisha gritted her teeth as she saw the dreamy look in Ako's eyes. Right teased. You're the only one who's supposed to have the funny ideas. Shut up, or Ike. Shojin and Karita chuckled. Ah, to be young and foolish in love again. Earth. Hoping to change the subject, Ranma looked back toward Tokyo and gestured to it. It's getting late and I promised my mom to be back soon. Can I give you a lift to your place? You don't know where I live. Ranma shrugged. No problem. Just point me in the right direction. I appreciate the offer, but don't you think that a giant dragon giving me a ride home is going to turn a few heads? I don't need to transform to fly. With that he wrapped an arm around her waist and refocused his ki. In an instant, the two of them shot off into the sky. Whoa! Meanwhile at the Sodom residence, Nodoka watched the evening news with great interest as her husband Ranma had already turned in for the night. While the fat martial artist was snoring away, his wife saw grainy photos on the television of a dragon that was sighted over the skies of Tokyo. Many of the stations were dubbing it a flying version of Godzilla. A second after seeing the pictures, she knew that it had to be her newly returned son. It was at that moment that she began to feel the presence of someone or something nearby. Though her dragon powers were far weaker than her son's was, Ranma's mother retained a form of empathic sense toward things of a magical nature. She began seeking out the source of the disturbance and saw that it was coming from Ranma's room. Taking care not to disturb her daughter who was sleeping in the room next to Ranma's, she quietly entered his bedroom. As she was about to turn on the lights, she then got a sudden urge to approach the closet where Ranma had stowed away his heavy backpack. When she opened the closet, she felt compelled to open one of the side pockets. She reached in and hauled out a shiny, round, silver, flat disc that was about the size of an Olympic medal. She looked over its polished surface which had an image of a western dragon engraved on one side. She wondered what it was for when the medallion suddenly flared with a white light and projected an image like a hologram of a red-scaled dragon. Hello Nodoka Sodom. What the? The medallion nearly slipped from the woman's startled hands, but Ranma's mother managed to catch it before it landed on the floor. Oops. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to startle you. Nodoka held up the medallion as her ostrich eyes took in the detailed image of Shojin. It was as if she was looking into a television camera as Ranma's mentor smirked at her. I suppose that I should have introduced myself. I am Sojin. The name immediately got her attention. Sojin? Ranma told me all about you. You were the one. Yes, I was the one who saved him from the pit of cats and raised him for the last 10 years away from that idiot Janma. Nodoka could feel the warmth from Sojin and smiled. For that, I am eternally grateful for the return of my child. When I heard about my son's death, I cursed myself every day for allowing Janma to have taken him from me. When Kizuru was born, I did everything that I could to make certain that the same mistakes would not be repeated. Nodoka's expression darkened as she thought about what Janma had planned to do with her daughter. It seems that it was not enough. Sojin waved it off with a pause. Now, that's all history. At least you were fortunate enough to learn of it when you did and corner him with that seppuku contract. In any case, the reason why we are communicating now is that I would like to get to know you and discuss a few things about Ranma as well as you and your daughter's own heritage. This medallion allows for anyone with dragon's blood to communicate with me. I made it for Ranma so that he could contact me and it will allow him to enter the dragon world. So, why are you speaking with me? Not that I don't want to speak with the one who raised my son and taught him to be a man among men. Well, I suppose you saw the news about a dragon in Tokyo. In answer to your question, yes, that was Ranma. I'm afraid that he still has a bit of trouble of keeping his powers under control and I'll need your help in guiding him. By our standards, he is still just a hatchling, though he is close to being an adult by your standards. Oh, and by the way, would you mind telling him to keep this medallion with him from now on? He hasn't contacted me since he left China. Nodoka smiled at the reference of hatchling as she nodded. I would be honored to aid you, Sojin. Tell me all about my son. At that moment, a pretty face pushed her away into the image and greeted Nodoka. I'll be glad to tell you all about him, Mrs. Sodom. Oh, and who are you, young lady? Oh, I'm Kurishu, and I'm going to be your son's life mom. Now, Kurishu. There will be none of that. Sojin interjected while gently pushing her aside. He then spoke to Ranma's mother. Please forgive my godchild's momentary lack of manners. She's grown rather fond of your son during the time they grew up together. Nodoka could only smile. If she had any doubts that her son was lacking in manliness, they were now gone. Somewhere high in the sky. Wow! This is so cool. Akeo loved the feel of the wind in her face as she and Ranma streaked across the night sky. Ranma was now just holding her at arm's length as his right hand gripped her left. He smiled as they looked down at the twinkling lights of the city below. Ranma, can you teach me how to fly? Ranma looked at Akeo and gave her a bit of a whimsical smile. Well, please. Akeo gave her cutest pout. Well, maybe. Ranma allowed. The technique that allowed him to ride the natural lines of ki that radiated from nature was relatively straightforward. However, it took large applications of his own personal ki to propel him and keep aloft. Akeo was strong, but she did not have very much control over her ki. Ranma had tremendous stores of ki as well as mana energy from his stay in the dragon world. Of course, there were other ways for Ranma to fly, but he preferred this method, as it did not draw as much attention as a huge dragon. The flight was relatively short and the KO was a bit disappointed when they arrived at her house. Ranma hovered a few feet off the ground and gently lowered a KO. He then rose to about a few meters off the ground and waved goodbye to his friend. "Well, AKO, I guess I'll see you tomorrow at school." "Right. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Ranma smiled as his dragon senses told him that AKO would keep their little secret. "Thanks." With that, he flew off. AKO was still watching the skies when her mother and father appeared from the house and saw her. "There you are. Where have you been? We were getting worried." "I'm sorry, Mom. I got sidetracked on my way home from school today." "Well, you can tell us all about it later. It's time for you to come in and get ready for bed. Tomorrow is a school day." "I'll be right there, Mom." AKO's parents watched their daughter as she continued to look up at the sky. "Look at her, Clark. It looks like she wants to follow in your footsteps and soar through the skies." "Yes, but she's going to have to borrow your jet, Diana. She didn't inherit that ability from me." "By the way, Clark, did you sense it?" AKO's father nodded. Though his wife did have a far greater affinity to detecting magic, he was also experienced in sensing such things. At the Sodom residence, Ranma was surprised to find his mother in his room and speaking to Sojin through his medallion. Nodoka smiled as she noted her son's arrival. "Oh, hello, son. Did you enjoy your flight?" "Mom." "Sojin?" The red dragon smiled. "Hello, my student. Your mother and I wish to discuss a few things with you, including your transformation." Ranma became very sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I guess you saw that." "Yes, I suppose that a huge dragon in downtown Tokyo is bound to turn a few heads." A couple of days later, at a small port city, a group of Amazon women was disembarking from their boat and was now heading toward Tokyo, being led by an elderly woman hopping on a staff. One of the girls, a shapely and very well-proportioned warrior with purple hair, gestured to a nearby electronics store and saw the reports of a dragon that was sighted in Tokyo. The ancient crone nodded as she saw the pictures, then had a knowing smile. Their goal was indeed in Japan, and it would only be a matter of time before they would catch up to him. In another region, another person dressed in concealing robes traveled through the throngs of busy people, heading in the direction of Japan's capital. The person also stopped near a television when the images displayed Ranma's dragon form. A glint came to the person's eyes as the images were committed to memory and were admired. The person then nodded and ducked into an alleyway. A moment later, the stranger had vanished. During this time, Ranma had kept his extraordinary powers under wraps as he continued to attend school and daily life. He had especially grown very fond of his relationship with AKO as they became very good friends. However, There was one person who disapproved of the two of them, BKO. After that disastrous encounter a couple of nights ago, the spoiled rich girl had kept a close eye on the two when they reappeared the following day. She was quite surprised to see that Ranma had not only survived the encounter, but was now on very friendly terms with her hated rival. Ranma's display of power and skill had intrigued her that day, and she was even more determined to find out about him. He was certainly more interesting than Kay was. There was also the matter of that magnificent beast she had seen, and she suspected that Ranma had something to do with it. Deciding that they had perhaps gotten off on the wrong foot, BKO had tried to get on more friendly terms with the new student and saw this as a chance to steal him away from AKO. After all, he was good-looking and seemed to radiate a kind of sensuality that she found irresistible. Unfortunately for her, whenever BKO approached him, Ranma would try his best to avoid her like the plague. She couldn't understand why. She was beautiful, intelligent and rich. What boy wouldn't be interested in her? He wasn't holding a little thing like wanton destruction and obsession against her, was he? After a few days and no luck, BKO had decided to change her tactics. Ranma was certainly not going to notice her with that Hazuki always around him. Furthermore, he had gotten CKO's attention as well, and this wouldn't do. The spoiled girl had to find a way to get closer to him and learn more about the mysterious boy. She had decided to look into his family on her computer, and when she started reading the dossier on John Masodom, she smiled evilly. She had just found a way to get him. Ranma waved goodbye to his friends as he headed home. Things had been going smoothly and Ranma felt good now. He, CKO and AKO had become good friends and school was going well. The excitement over his appearance as a dragon was dying down, and as long as Ranma kept a low profile, he had nothing to worry about. It was just as he began approaching his house that his mood began to change. Something was up and he could almost sense it. He then opened the door and saw several people were in a heated discussion in the living room with his family. It was at that moment that they all turned their heads to see who had just entered the house. Ranma felt their eyes lock onto him and he began to get a sudden chill down his spine. He timidly waved his hand to them and said, "Hello. I didn't know we were having guests," and Ranma never got to finish as a girl with long brown hair took one look at him and cried out happily, "Ran-chan, it's you." In less than a second, the girl rushed over and had her arms around him in an embrace. Huh? A large man with a giant spatula on his back smiled. "Hello Ranma. It's been some time. I am glad to finally see my future son-in-law again." "Son-in-law?" At that moment, another man, this one was short with large ears, stood up from the couch and said to the first man, "Mob, just hold on a moment. Ranma is engaged to marry my daughter, Kairi." He then gestured to the girl who was dressed in a ceremonial wedding kimono. The girl then stood up, walked over to where Ranma was still standing and knelt before him. "Greetings, future husband. What the? Ranma looked up to where his mother and sister were sitting. He also saw that his idiot father was cowering behind the group and sweating bullets. He was currently trying to inch his way toward the nearest exit, but a glare from his wife and the way she was fingering the katana in her hand stopped him. "Mother? What's going on?" Ranma asked. Nodoka sighed with sadness as she gestured to the two girls. "Ranma, may I introduce you to Yukio Kwanji and Kairi Nekoku, your fiancés?" The mention of his old friend Nuke almost made Ranma's heart skip a beat as he looked at the girl with a spatula strapped to her back. This was Uken. She certainly didn't look like the boy he once thought of her as 10 years ago. He had to admit, she had grown up to be really, well, cute. The blue dress she wore and her long flowing hair accentuated her looks, and he couldn't help but notice the additional fullness in her chest. He quickly averted his gaze as he turned his attention to the girl who was kneeling before him. He couldn't tell much from the wedding kimono, that is until he got a good look under the hood. He saw a girl of about his age with large almond eyes and straight nut-brown hair. Giving her a polite wave, his expression then turned serious as he gazed back at his mother. Nodoka nodded sadly as she replied to Ranma's unspoken question. "Yes, Ranma. Apparently when news of your return spread, it seems that Janma's thoughtless actions to feed his stomach has now come back to haunt us." Ranma glared at his worthless father with a look that promised immense pain later on. The Dragon Realm. Just how many fiancés does Ranma have? Shurakastazi, Kairi and Sojin watched their pupil in the mystic viewing portal. "Enough to put Karishu into a fit." Sojin chuckled. "Speaking of which, do you know that she's been asking for permission to go to the human world?" Kairi commented. "Oh yes. The Dragon Council thought that having someone over there to observe Ranma might be a good idea. Karishu would be an ideal choice, since she does know him. If she does get chosen, then it might be best to send Right as well to keep her in check." Sojin added as they continued to watch the images. Much later, Janma groaned in pain as he laid on the futon. He felt as if he had been fed through a trash compactor 6 times. After the heated debate between the Neko-ken, Kwanji and Sodom families, it was decided that all the previous engagements that he had made would have equal standing. Ranma would be given an opportunity to get to know girls, and if he decided not to marry any of them, then the engagements would be void. Furthermore, if any of the other fiancés were to appear, they too would have the same opportunity. Of course, this got Janma to protesting, saying that the engagement to one of the Tenbo's sisters was the only one that was valid. But Ranma showed him what he thought about it and pounded him flat. Janma now had bruises and sores in places he never knew he had. Though he was now feeling pain like the dickens, his mind was still set on having his disobedient son wed to one of Sun's daughters. The question was how to go about doing it. He began using that rarely used part of his body, his brain. Then he had an inspiration. He remembered back to when Sun had told him about the recent problems that his youngest daughter Akan had been getting from an unwanted suitor. Ranma smiled as he began formulating a plan. He then went to the phone, but it took him quite a while to get to it as his joints were aching from the beating that Ranma had given to him. Behind the Sodom family dojo, Kizura clapped her hands as she watched her brothers spar against their mother. Both combatants were wielding bookends, and the sounds of wood surfaces smacking against each other echoed in the backyard like a pair of angry woodpeckers. "Excellent, my son," Nodoka proclaimed as she used a fast swipe, followed by a counter thrust to Ranma's parry. She had wanted to test Ranma's sword skill, and she saw that Sojin had not wasted his time over the last 10 years. Though she was no slouch when it came to swordplay, she was after all trained in the school of the fierce dragon blade. Ranma's skills with even a wooden sword was far beyond many masters of kendo. Ranma used an intricate pattern of swipes and slashes to defend against his mother's attacks, which came at him at blinding speeds. Every one of Nodoka's attacks were easily blocked, evaded or countered. Many of those moves were enough to shred a normal fighter in milliseconds. The two began to increase the intensity and speed of the match, whipping their weapons around at near supersonic velocities. Their blades were threatening to crack and splinter under such pressure when Nodoka suddenly leapt back and focused her ki into her booken. Howling Wind Cutter. Nodoka made an upward slice with her weapon and produced a blast of high-pressure air that streaked toward her son. The ground below the air current suddenly had a huge gash forming in the direction toward Ranma. The dragon warrior smiled as he remembered back to his training with the Wind Dragon King of the West. His mother's technique was very similar to what Shurek had taught him, and he countered with his own wind attack. Wind Scream Attack. Making a spiraling motion at super-fast speed with his own blade, Ranma sent a high-pressure blast of air, causing a small sonic boom to be emitted. The two air attacks slammed into each other, but Ranma's was the more powerful one and shattered through Nodoka's. However, Ranma had purposely held back, and the remainder of the attack only jolted his mother a bit and caused her to lose her equilibrium momentarily. Her booken, however, cracked under the pressure and half the blade snapped off. Nodoka saw that the match was his. She backed off a bit and lowered her damaged weapon as a sign of yielding. "Well done, my son." "Wow!" Kizura said with glee. She had seen her mother practice before, but this was the first time she had seen her use any special techniques. She also wanted to know how her big brother had countered it. Ranma nodded, then noticed a small wisp of smoke rising from his own blade. He smiled ruefully and realized that even with his ki enhancing it, the air friction from moving at supersonic speeds was causing the wood to burn. He quickly laid the sword on the ground and rolled it around to put out a potential fire. He made a mental note not to try that technique again unless it was with Crimson Fang. "How did you do that, Rami?" Kizura ran up to her brother with curious, bright eyes. Nodoka smiled as she replied, "Your brother and I both practiced in various sword techniques, Kizura. Though the attacks you saw were similar, it seems that Ranma has had far more training than I ever went through in the school of the fierce dragon blade." Neko-ken mentally added. Can you teach me that, Rami? Neko-ken nodded as she said, I think it is time that you began your training with the blade. Ranma has already spent far too much time with you, so I think it is now my turn. Ranma agreed with his mother. He could sense the raw potential within his sibling, though not as great as his own. And it would make Kizura a better person if she were to learn from their mother, rather than their miserable excuse for a father, Ranma. Speaking of Ranma, the fat and balding fool in question smiled as he got off the phone. After a long discussion with Sun, Ranma's father was confident that their plan to unite the Anything Goes schools would work. That first meeting between his son and the Tendo sisters had not gone well, as he reasoned, because they did not have enough time together. Well, they had a solution to that. Starting next week, Akan and Nebiki would be transferred to Ranma's school. Ranma was sure that it would only be a matter of time before his son and either Akan or Nebiki would be walking down the aisle together. It was perfect. Ranma secretly hoped that Akan would be the one. After all, she was the heir to the Tendo school. It would be fitting that the two heirs would unite and carry on their legacy. All of those other so-called fiancés were of no consequence as far as Ranma was concerned. All he had to do was make sure they didn't get close to Ranma, and how hard could that be? With Sun's help, his future for a long and luxurious retirement was assured. Somewhere in reality, several gods and goddesses were making wagers on how wrong Ranma could be. The patriarch of the Sodong clan was feeling so proud of his plan that he decided to step outside for a drink. It didn't take him long to get to a bar, and within several minutes was drinking like there was no tomorrow. By the time it was sundown, he was abominably drunk. It was then that a dark stranger in a trench coat approached him. Excuse me. Are you Ranma Sodom? Yes. Ranma slurred. So who wants to know? I'm here on behalf of a certain girl who has taken an interest in your son. I would like to offer you a deal. My employer would like to get herself engaged to him, and I'm told that you are the one to talk to about that. Ranma shook his head and waved it off. No, my son already got himself as fine as he just don't know it yet. He's gonna be marrying Akan Tendo and carry on the Tendo dojo. I'm sure happy. Well, my employer is willing to pay you a lot of money. It's a matter of honor, and what did you say? My employer is willing to pay you a lot of money. How much? The stranger nodded as he took out a notepad and scribbled a figure. When Ranma saw how many zeros were behind the first number, he blinked and shook his head. That couldn't be right. The alcohol must be giving him double vision because there couldn't be that many zeros. The stranger smiled, as he knew that he had Ranma. The greedy and stupid martial artist was so easy to con. After reading the dossier that BKO had given him on Ranma's father, he just couldn't believe anyone could be so foolhardy to sell out his son so easily. The amount he was offering was a considerable fortune, but was merely a drop in the bucket for BKO. However, both he and his employer had missed one important detail. Ranma was no longer the head of the Shodan household. Ranma blinked again at the amount. With that kind of money, he could easily pay off all of his debts and still have a lot left over. All he had to do was sell out his son again. It wasn't anything new, and besides, he had no intention of keeping this promise. With the alcohol already clouding his less than stellar sense of judgment, Ranma found the temptation too great to resist. Deal. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, the changes to this chapter were minor, but I promise that in the 6th chapter, things are going to get really hairy. Reich and Kurishu will be making their appearance in the human world, and they'll add to the chaos when the Musk dynasty appears. See you then. Disclaimer: it's been a while since I worked on this story, so bear with me. Less than greater than. Thoughts, Telepathic Communication Chapter 6. When dragons meet. Ranma waved to his mother and sister goodbye as he began heading towards school. On his way, he saw a huge dust cloud being kicked up in the distance and smiled as he realized what, or rather, who might be causing it. He shrugged and decided to investigate. Turbo speed, Ranma said, as the dragon warrior began running at more than 90 mph. In less than 1 minute, he had caught up with a certain, superhumanly strong redheaded girl who was towing a smaller blonde girl. AKO. Slow down. CKO shouted as her friend dragged her. She was very surprised to see their new friend Ranma running alongside of them and not even breathing hard. AKO. CKO. How's it going? AKO looked beside her and her eyes widened as she saw Ranma keeping pace with her, but then remembered what Ranma had told her about his heritage. Oh. Hi Ranma. Can't talk now. Gotta hurry or we'll be late for school. No problem. Let me handle it. Ranma quickly swept a KO in one arm and CKO in the other, and then began focusing his ki. In a quiet whisper, he began invoking a speed spell that Shurak had taught him. In less than an instant, the air resistance around them lessened to zero as an aerodynamic pocket of energy formed around them. Ranma then poured on the speed while getting a boost from a gust of wind behind him that he had summoned up. The citizens of the Juuban district were startled out of their usual morning routines as something flashed by them and then left a sonic boom in its wake. CKO had been keeping her eyes closed when Ranma had picked her and a KO up. She then felt a rush of air and a sudden displacement of noise as they broke the sound barrier. Fortunately, the pocket of energy they were in negated the force of air friction and allowed them to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it had happened, it stopped and she found herself being set back onto her feet beside a KO. You can open your eyes now, CKO. We're here, Ranma said. Sure enough, she looked up and saw that they were no more than 20 meters away from the front gates of their high school. She looked at the big clock face at the tower and saw that they had more than 5 minutes to spare before the bell would ring. Wow! You're even faster than AKO. The bubbly little girl had not witnessed Ranma using a spell and assumed that they had been running really fast. Ako was also impressed. That was some trick. For the first time I've actually made it to school on time. Think you can teach me how to do that? Maybe later. Ranma shrugged as he and the girls began to walk toward the school at a normal pace. It was at that time that they heard the loud, yet familiar rumble of metallic feet. The other students began to take cover as gigantic mechs began to appear at the front schoolyard. Perched on the shoulder of the leading robots was BKO. She gave off a gentle laugh as she looked down at Ranma and his friends. Well, good morning, my beloved. And how are you and darling CKO doing today, HMM? She then gave AKO a look of disdain. Oh, and I suppose a good morning to you, AKO. Beloved. What the heck are you talking about? Ranma asked as he and BKO tensed for the imminent battle. BKO tossed a lock of hair over her shoulder as she grasped the front of her school uniform and tore it off, revealing her Akagami 23 battle suit, without the helmet. She then leapt down to land in front of Ranma and gave him a warm smile. What are you up to? Ako demanded. She didn't like the looks that BKO was giving to her friend and potential love interest. It was the same one that she had given to K. I don't know whatever you are talking about. BKO replied with mock innocence. I just decided to greet my fiancé. That's all. What? Fiancé? What are you talking about? Ranma began to get a sneaky suspicion about this. This started to sound like, why I had one of my associates contact your father, and after a little discussion, he agreed to engage the two of us for a very tidy sum. Here's the contract. She handed Ranma a sheet of paper. The Dragon Warrior's temper began to fume as he recognized Janma's signature. Asterisk that. BAK. He did it again. Asterisk OYJ I know BAK. The citizens of Tokyo were startled as a large column of fire suddenly appeared in the distance, followed by several loud explosions. At home, Janma suddenly had one heck of a sneezing fit as his wife and daughter were practicing in the backyard. Back at the high school, a few minutes later, Ako and CKO had large sweat drops as they stared at Ranma standing in a large crater of scorched pavement in the midst of huge piles of scrap metal and junk that was only fit for recycling. In his hand, Crimson Fang glinted in the sunlight. BKO was also standing speechless with a sweat drop after seeing her mass destruction machines reduced to pieces when Ranma suddenly exploded into a fit of rage. Though he had moved too fast for the normal eye to see, she had put on her helmet when Ranma cried out and her sensors had recorded the outrage. In less than 2 seconds, he had taken out his blade and slashed the mecha to ribbons, then exploded in a column of intense heat. He was now panting and beginning to come down as he put away his sword and made it somehow vanish from view. Since the other students had taken cover before the incident, only Ako, CKO and BKO had witnessed Ranma's temper tantrum. Less than I single quote am going to drop that Taka into a live volcano. No. I'm going to boil him alive. Real slow. Greater than Ranma was still fuming over how he was going to broil his pitiful excuse for a parent when the situation became even worse. That was when two other girls arrived on the scene. Ranma. Ronshin. That was when the dragon fighter got that sinking feeling as Yukio and Kairi arrived at the scene. Also in the distance, two other girls made their way to the front schoolyard. I can't believe that Dad had us transferred to another school. Akan gritted as she and Nebiki casually made their way to Ranma's school. Well, at least you don't have to worry about Kuno or those other boys anymore, Nebiki said, though she had been against the move. Kuno had been a very provocative income generator. She had been charging him 1,000 yen per photo of her sister. It was going to take some time before she could set up her mercenary business at this location. When the Tendo girls reached the front gate, they were more than surprised to see a huge, smoking crater and several piles of scrap metal strewn about the schoolyard. They noticed someone at the center of the destroyed landscape and recognized him as the boy they had met before. Hey! Isn't that Ranma Sodom? You know, the one that Dad wanted us to get to know better. I didn't know that he went to this school. And I wonder what happened here. Nebiki said. HMPF. Who cares? He's just a stupid boy, just like the ones at Furinken. The two Tendo girls approached the area where Ranma had blown his top. The Dragon Realm. Well, that was... Radar tried to find the words to describe what he and Sojin had witnessed. Rather extreme. Well, can you blame him? The smaller dragon asked the Dragon King of the North. Not really. Oh, and by the way, Sojin, the council had decided that Ranma may need some extra support. So we are sending two representatives to keep an eye on him. Anyone I know. Ranma's mentor already suspected who had been chosen. Kurishu and Reich. Besides yourself and the other Dragon Kings, they've known Ranma the longest and we feel that he'd be most comfortable with them. They've been studying up on how you act in the mortal world. They've already mastered transforming into the human forms. They shouldn't have any problems. Or so they hope. Sojin said absently as he and the water dragon turned their attention back to the scenes in the viewer. On the coastline. Just as Herb and his party got off the boat, the Musk Dynasty Prince felt an enormous surge of dragon power emanating in the direction of Tokyo. Less than HMM. It is close. I can feel it. Soon, it shall be mine, for it is mine by right! Greater than on another part of the coastline. Cologne felt the huge surge of Rocky as she and her party traveled down the docks. To feel such power, even at a distance, meant that the Amazons were on the trail of something. Or in this case, someone that could raise their tribe to unimaginable glory. Her thoughts went back to the time when she last met with Ranma and how close the warrior women had to come to claiming him. If only they hadn't been squabbling, they could have gotten him into the tribe. However, all was not lost and Cologne knew that he was here in Japan. It was just a matter of time before they would find him. The figure was exhausted. After flying without rest from China to Japan, she was almost there. While gliding high above the clouds, the individual began thinking back as she continued the search for him. The strange being was a curious sight. Outwardly, she had a humanoid form with pale white skin and long, flowing red hair that went down to her slim waist. She was naked, had lively green eyes and a lithe form that made her resemble a nymph of legend. However, that was where the similarities to humans had stopped. Her ears were large and blonde like an elf's, and on her back were two bat-like wings. She had a long, flowing tail protruding from the base of her spine. The being was not certain why she was heading in this particular direction, but only that she must find the one with dragon power. It was not the prince of the Musk dynasty that she was seeking, but rather the dragon warrior who had recently come to Juuban High and inadvertently destroyed one of the cursed springs, specifically the spring of Ground Dragon. Unknown to Ranma, his dragon fire technique had not just freed the spirit of the dragon that had perished there, but it had also given her life again. When the spring had been destroyed, her spiritual energies had been freed to journey into eternity. But the spring's destruction had caused the waters of a nearby pool to seep into the empty depression. That pool had been where a girl had drowned 1500 years ago. The eldritch energies of that spring, combined with the dragon's soul and Ranma's energies, had given that dragon life once more. However, the experience had been a traumatic one and the newly returned dragon was now trapped in a form that was neither pure dragon nor human, but a combination of both. Since that time, the Draconian was searching for the one who was responsible for her resurrection, for deep down, she was certain that he could answer the many questions that she had. The many images of her past were a jumbled mess and she was now acting purely on instinct. She was driven by one single goal: find the one who was responsible for her return to the physical plane, Ranma. Meanwhile, a dimensional portal shimmered briefly in a mountainous area near Lake Biwa as two people passed through from the Dragon Realm. As the gateway closed, a transformed golden maned dragon and a great thunder dragon looked around at their surroundings. Both were carrying packs over their shoulders. Reich appeared to all as a husky young teen, with a wild mass of bluish hair. His skin was a dark tan and he had gentle hazel eyes. He was wearing a simple green tunic, loose-fitting dark pants and a pair of walking shoes. Ordinarily, he wouldn't stand out in a crowd, though females would certainly take notice of his rugged good looks and his finely muscled form. It was his companion that he made him a bit nervous. "Are you sure you want to wear that?" Reich asked of his cousin. Kurishu was as tender as a human. Her skin was milky white and she had a long mane of golden hair that was just a shade below ash blonde. Its length went down to her very slim waist. The rest of her body was just as pleasing. Her face was oval and sported a pair of large, green eyes. Her cheekbones were finely sculpted and each had a triangular mark that pointed inward. On her forehead was a triangular, red gem that sparkled in the daylight. Moving south, one could see that she was certainly not deficient in the breast department, and her ample bosom was just barely held in check by the top of the simple green dress she wore. It was made of the finest silk, but was barely enough to cover a tea tray. The garment was snug, had a plunging neckline, and the hem just barely cleared her fanny and shapely hips, giving any interested spectator a good view of her long, slender legs. On her hips was a thin leather belt. The top of her dress had no sleeves, showing off her slim shoulders. She wore a pair of lightly tanned leather boots that molded to her calves. "What's wrong with what I'm wearing?" Kurishu asked innocently. "Remember what Shojin told us?" Reich said with a bit of irritation. "We're not supposed to draw attention to ourselves. If you go into Tokyo with just that." "Oh, very well." Kurisha thought it as she cast a spell to alter her clothes a bit. The hem of her dress became longer and stopped an inch above her knees. The neckline was raised and sleeves appeared to cover her shoulders and midway down her arms. "Is that better?" she asked when the spell was finished. "That'll do. And I think you'd better hide those two." Reich indicated to the bow that was slung over her left shoulder and a bejeweled dagger that was hanging in a sheath on her belt. Like Reich, Kurisha had trained with Ranma for combat in human form. Though Ranma preferred the katana and Reich practiced with the quarterstaff, the dragon girl had taken to the dagger and archery. Her bow had been crafted by the Meloranwood elves of the Ironwood forests, while her dagger had been forged by the Ikarion trolls of the Crystal Caverns. As such, both weapons were invulnerable to damage by human standards and had certain magical qualities. Kurishu shrugged as she cast another spell to conceal her weapons. When they disappeared from sight, the two then went off in search of Ranma. Meanwhile, at Graviton High, Ranma was getting very uncomfortable. He had two attractive girls trying to feed him lunch, while AKO and CKO watched. "So, you say that you're both Ranma's fiancés?" AKO asked with a bit of a hard edge to her voice. Well, it's kind of complicated, AKO." Ranma began as he gently pushed away the offerings of food that Yukio and Kairi were trying to get him to eat. He had already gotten BKO off his case by stating that any promise that his father made to her wasn't worth the paper he had signed on, since he was no longer the head of the household. The rich girl's bubble was broken when she called on a cell phone to her sources to confirm this. She had shouted, "You're fired," to her flunky for that little oversight, then went off somewhere to probably sulk. However, the okonomiyaki chef and the heir to martial arts takeout were another story. During his 10-year absence, his mother had kept in touch with their families after they had come to the Sodom residence some 5 years ago. Nodoka had become extremely fond of the two girls as she had helped them with their difficulties. She had become the mother that they never had. In turn, they had become surrogate daughters in addition to Kizura. When Ranma had reappeared, she had already been hinting to her son with a few matchmaking plans, saying that she knew a couple of nice girls who would make excellent wives to some lucky man, namely her son. Ranma had no doubt that Neko-ken would skin Ranma alive and void the engagement to BKO, but she had not officially voided the other engagements as of yet, including the Tendo engagement. Technically speaking, she had the right as head of the household, but instead had decided to give all the girls a chance, provided that her son would give each girl a chance. Ranma sighed and wished that he was back in the dragon realm. Ranshin, aren't you hungry? Ranma is going to eat my food, Kairi said. No way. He's going to eat my okonomiyaki. The two girls glared at each other as Ranma became even more nervous. Before the two started to exchange more than glares and insults, the dragon warrior decided to put a stop to it. Girls, hold it, please. Both females stopped and looked at their mutual betrothed. Ranma let off a tired sigh as he said, I'll eat them all. Later, Ranma was extremely uncomfortable in class as Yukio and Kairi were both giving him affectionate gazes while still glaring at each other. Behind him, AKO and CKO watched with interest. The dragon warrior was unsure as to how to handle this situation. Dragons he could handle. Gnomes he could handle. Even over-affectionate mermaids and elves could be dealt with. Human girls. Now that was a different story. Having no real human contact for 10 years, transforming dragons did not count. Ranma found himself at a bit of a loss. Sitting nearby, Akan snorted with disgust at how those two girls were mooning over Ranma. Less than what do those girls see in him? He's just a boy and boys are nothing but perverts anyway. Greater than Ranma sighed as he focused his attention to the lesson being taught. He would have to take things one step at a time. The Dragon Realm. Your pupil is going to have his claws, Yar. Hands full. Radarn remarked. Shojin nodded, then noticed a source of dragon power nearing the outskirts of Tokyo. Hello, what do we have here? He seems familiar. The Dragon King of the North said slowly. Shojin took a closer look through the mystic viewer, then nodded in realization. Aha! I thought so. What? Shojin gestured with a paw at the scene, which depicted Herb. Doesn't that fellow remind you of someone? The water dragon studied the being, then nodded. Yes, I think so. I think he may be descended from one of the minor key dragons. Anyone we know. You mean who? As you may recall, the few key dragons that remained on Earth, after the Great Migration to the Dragon Realm, are all gone now. They had to take human form to remain among the mortals. So this person is one of their descendants? I believe so. Judging by his ki and magic output, I'd say that he's only got 1,000ths of dragon blood. So what is he doing here? Shojin conjured a simple harrying spell to determine the nature of Herb's visit to Japan. He then shook his head as the answer came to him. It seems that this person's dragon heritage has gone to his head. He's searching for the source of the dragon power that he sensed in China, which was probably when Ranma arrived. Now he believes that power belongs to him alone. Radarn could see where this was going. Looks like this Herb fellow needs a serious lesson in humility, and I think your pupil will be the perfect teacher. Later, Ranma went through the sword kata with practiced ease as his mother and sister watched. He was using his katana Crimson Fang, rather than the usual wooden training sword. The blade glinted in the afternoon sun as the dragon warrior moved it about in patterns that would have taken a human swordmaster a lifetime to perfect. As he continued to swing his weapon, he conversed with his mother. "So the engagement is off?" Nodoka nodded as she held her daughter close. "Technically speaking, yes. Since I am the head of the household, Janma's deal with BKO's family was not valid. They had demanded the return of the money that they had given to your father in exchange for the engagement, but he had already foolishly spent a large part of it. Therefore, Janma will have to work off that debt as well as the ones that he had incurred previously. It looks like Pops is going to be working for the rest of his life. No less than he deserved." Nodoka agreed. She then noticed that her son suddenly stopped in his katas and sheathed his sword. "Are you finished already?" Ranma shook his head. "Actually, that was just the warm-up. I need to practice some of the more powerful sword techniques, and I can't do them here. I need to get out of town. I'll be back for dinner." A few miles outside of Tokyo, Ranma focused his dragon power through the blade as he stood in a neutral pose in a wide clearing. With a series of perfect thrusts and swings, Ranma caused Crimson Fang let loose with key flashes that resembled flames. The surrounding areas were lit up and several parts became scorched. For the first time since returning to the world of his birth, he was able to cut loose without having to worry about innocent bystanders getting hurt. Lightning and wind gusts swirled about him as Shojin's pupil put his weapon through its paces. Primarily, the dragon gift's main element dealt with flame, since it had been forged by his sensei and Karita, the fire dragon king of the south. However, the sword also possessed several other enchantments, which had been imbued by the other dragon kings, plus many minor spells from Ranma's non-human friends. It had the ability to manipulate to a lesser degree the elements of water, wind, earth, and lightning. In addition to these powers, the blade was capable of other spells, which included divination, healing and magic neutralization. With so much magic and ki contained within the katana, it was no wonder that the Dragon Prince of the Musk and the Elder of the Amazons were drawn to it and Ranma. He had been practicing for more than an hour, and by that time, both the Musk and Amazon parties had determined his location. Shojin's pupil was so engrossed in his practice session that he did not realize that he had an audience until he finished. "Most impressive." Ranma suddenly snapped into a ready stance, mentally chiding himself for being caught off guard. He saw that a group of warriors were standing to his left, a dozen yards away. He did not recognize her or any of his party, though he could feel a measure of dragon power emanating from the Musk ruler. "Who are you?" The leader of the Musk dynasty gave him a harsh glare before replying. "You should not address me with such a lack of courtesy. Still, I shall introduce myself. I am Herb, Dragon Prince of the mighty Musk dynasty." He had the sword in Ranma's hand. Soon it would rightfully belong to him. However, due to the sword's proximity to its owner, and the fact that Ranma was holding back his own energy, Herb was unable to discern that Ranma had the greater dragon power, and mistakenly assumed that the energy was coming solely from the blade. "Dragon Prince, eh?" Ranma said with a bit of a smirk as he gauged Herb's power. "Less than not bad. He doesn't even come close to 1/10 of Sojin's power, but he has more power than I did, before I got the blood bond." Greater than the Chinese Amazons arrived at the scene, but when Cologne glimpsed the musk price, she immediately signaled her party into hiding and to not emit any ki. As the female warriors concealed themselves, the elder listened in on Herb's conversation with Ranma. At this time, two more figures appeared nearby via transportation spell. Reich and Karisha caught sight of their childhood friend, but then sensed the dragon power being emitted from Herb. "Who's that?" the blonde asked. "I don't know," the husky teen answered. "Let's watch." The two dragons then cast concealment spells to render themselves invisible to human senses and even Herb's mystical ones, as they observed the events that were unfolding. With his senses on full alert, Ranma had already detected the presence of the Amazons, and to familiar key signatures, but maintained his attention on the Musk Prince. Herb, however, was unaware that two more individuals with dragon power had arrived. His mystic senses were not as finely developed as Ranma's. He was totally fooled by Reich and Karishu's concealment spell, which allowed them to blend in with the surrounding areas. As for Cologne, despite her honed ability to detect ki, she too could not detect the presence of the transformed Great Thunder Dragon or his golden mane relative. "You will give me that sword," Herb said firmly, expecting Ranma to comply. "Why?" Ranma said with a shrug. He didn't like Herb's high and mighty attitude. Apparently, being descended from dragons had gone to the prince's head. Herb wouldn't have lasted a heartbeat against the lesser members of the Dragon Council, much less against one of the Dragon Kings. "It is mine by right," the Dragon Prince said simply. He was totally unconcerned with any protest Ranma may have. "Such power belongs only to those of dragon blood, and I am the only such being here. It should not be sullied by the touch of a common peasant." "Oh really?" Ranma said with a condescending smirk. He had been holding back much of his own dragon power, and correctly guessed that this arrogant prince was sensing the energies from his sword only. Well, he was in for a shock. "Indeed. Now you will hand over that sword to me, or—" Herb let his threat go unfinished, letting Ranma fill in the blanks. "Or what?" Sojin's pupil already knew the answer. "Or I shall take it from you by force." Ranma's smirk became even wider as he causally sheathed his blade and took a stance. "You're welcome to try." He had been itching for a chance to cut loose, and this so-called mighty dragon prince gave him the excuse. Herb snorted. The sheer audacity of this commoner. Well, he will soon learn his folly, and lose his life in the process. No one says no to him. It would be sheer pleasure to personally show him the true power of the Dragon Prince. Motioning for his warriors to stay out of the imminent battle, Herb stepped forward and took his own ready stance. "Shouldn't we help him?" Kurishu asked. "None. I think Ranma wants to kick this guy's tail himself." Right replied. "The Dragon Realm. This should prove to be most interesting," Shojin remarked. To be continued. Author's notes for you. I thought I'd never get this part done. In any case, the fight between Ranma and Herb will begin, and the odds are that the Dragon Prince is going to find out that Ranma is a lot more than he bargained for. Afterwards, we'll soon be seeing Ranma's return to the Dragon Realm, with some others coming along for the ride. Stay tuned. Dragon Child disclaimer: Ranma 1/2 and Project Akeo belong to their respective creators, and their characters are only being used to entertain the readers. Less than greater than. Thoughts. Telepathic Communication Chapter 7 Dragons, Dragons and More Dragons. This is your last chance, isn't? Herb warned as he took a stance and motioned for his entourage not to interfere. "Now you will hand over that sword." And like I said before, Ranma growled, "if you want it, then you're going to have to take it." "Very well." Herb smiled. "Then feel the power of the Dragon Prince." The ruler of the Musk thrust out a hand and released a sphere of ki the size of a baseball. The projectile shot toward Ranma like a missile and exploded, causing a huge shockwave to resonate all over the area and a thick dust cloud to obscure Shojin's pupil from sight. Cologne's eyes widened as her key senses assessed the amount of power that Herb had unleashed. Though the key blast looked small, it had actually had more than 10 times the amount of energy than what it appeared. It had been compressed into a small orb and was unleashed when it had impacted. A top martial artist would have been killed instantly without preparation. It seemed that her intended son-in-law had been destroyed. However, Herb smirked as he watched the dust cloud die down. He assumed that the fool had been totally obliterated. He was about to instruct his warriors to retrieve the sword, when the cloud cleared. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw that Ranma was still standing, and untouched. Ranma snorted a bit as he stood causally with one arm held out with the index finger extended. Before him was a circular field of green energy, which shimmered like the surface of an emerald. "What is this?" Herb demanded. The dragon martial artist shrugged. "This? Oh, this is a simple technique known as the Dragon Scale Defense. It's quite handy for deflecting ki blasts and many magical spells. It's more than enough to stop lame attacks like the one you used." "You dare mock the Dragon Prince of the Musk?" Herb said in outrage. Ranma snapped his fingers, dispersing the shield, then moved his hands behind his back. "HMPF. Why should I respect someone who demands that I give my property to him, just because he says that he's entitled to it? So what if you're a dragon prince? Considering where I came from, your title means squat. You shall learn to respect my title," Herb said, getting more irritated by the second. "With that kind of an attitude, I doubt it." That so-called dragon prince is sure full of himself, isn't he? Right commented as he and his golden mane cousin watched their childhood friend take on the leader of the Musk dynasty. I'm betting that he won't last more than 5 minutes, at the most, against Ranma. Karishu wagered. That's only if Ranma doesn't really try. Herb thrust out his arms and made spiraling motion with them, releasing a torrent of wind, which would have reduced a forest into splinters. In the background, the Amazon matriarch recognized the technique as a horizontal version of the Hirishoten, or rising dragon ascension wave. Apparently, the Dragon Prince didn't need to lead his opponent's Fodor into a spiral to generate the cyclone. Ranma, however, snorted a bit. That was child's play compared to the techniques of Shurek, the Dragon King of the West. With some fast movements from his own arms, he summoned up a counterblast of compressed air, splitting Herb's attack in two and directing the halves away from him, reducing them to gentle breezes. Oh, come on now. I learned that trick when I was 8. Shurek's disciple then held up his arms like wings. This is much more effective. Dragon Wing Burst. He then swung his arms down as if they were like wings, causing a massive wave of solid air to explode forth. Herb immediately braced himself and tried to counter with another horizontal Hirishoten, but Ranma's attack was also charged with invisible ki. This energy exploded in deafening blasts of sound when Herb's technique struck it. The Musk Prince had to cover his ears after being exposed to painful sonic booms. At that moment, Ranma suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of Herb, half a heartbeat later. The Musk Prince immediately began throwing punches, at speeds that would have been considered humanly impossible. However, though his dragon heritage gave him incredible abilities, to Ranma, Herb was still out of his league. His opponent was also descended from dragons, plus he had a blood bond and had been trained by the 4 Dragon Kings. Dodging each of Herb's attacks with ease, Ranma then countered with a hard strike to Herb's cut. This caused his adversary to double over, since he was not used to being hit. A follow-up knee to the chin caused Herb's head to snap back up, then a straight kick to the abdomen sent the prideful prince flying backward several dozen feet. Ranma then stood in a neutral stance, and waited for Herb's next attack. Cologne couldn't believe her eyes. Herb was reputed to be the most formidable fighter of the Musk, and here was her intended future son-in-law, making him look like a mere novice. She had no doubt in her mind that adding Ranma to the tribe would make the bloodlines invincible. Too easy, Ranma remarked as he watched Herb go tumbling. If that's all you've got, then I shouldn't even waste my time. Herb snarled as he got back to his feet and glared at the impudent peasant who dared to strike his noble person. You still mock at me. You go too far. Yak, yak, yak. The dragon warrior waved off Herb's outrage. So far, all I've seen are a couple of beginner tricks and a little bit of skill with the martial arts. Herb became angrier by the second, then realized that his opponent was taunting him, trying to get him mad, therefore careless. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then gave him a condescending smile. So, you think that I am no challenge, eh? What was your first clue? You think too much of yourself. I had been holding back, since I thought you were no more than a mere peasant. Now, I see that you do have some talent. Oh? So you just realized it now? Ranma asked in a mocking tone. Joke while you can. Now I won't be as lenient. Ranma let off an annoyed sigh. Look, are you go into a long-winded speech about how powerful you really are? If you're going to just do that, then I really don't think that you're worth my time. The way I see it, you've never had to go all out, since you've never had anyone who could match your power. Either that or you've had your lackeys do most of the dirty work. Ranma gestured with his thumb at the group standing behind their leader. So why don't we cut to the chase? Just show me what you've got, and I mean all of it. If you actually have the power to back up your claims, impudent commoner. You will regret all your life for mocking the power of the Dragon Prince, and I assure you that it will be very short. Ranma shrugged. Yeah, whatever. So let's see this so-called mighty dragon power of yours. As you wish. At that moment, Herb began focusing all of his dragon-enhanced energy. Ranma's smile became a little more pronounced as he noted the build-up in ki. Well, now things are getting interesting. So you're going to go full out, eh? Okay. Let's see it all. Herb focused his power even more and the entire area began to tremble and shake. Small rocks started floating up as the Amazons and the Musk warriors scattered for cover. A green aura that burned like a huge bonfire erupted around Herb. Finally, with the aura still blazing, Herb leveled off his energy emissions and the ground stopped quaking. He smiled smugly. Now, do you truly comprehend my power? Have you learned the mistake of crossing the air to the Musk dynasty? Or shall I simply obliterate you off the face of the earth? Ranma shrugged again, took an easy stance and replied, as I thought. Nothing but so. You're all talk and no action. What? The Musk ruler couldn't believe that this little worm dared to continue mocking his awesome power. You heard me, Herb. That light show's pretty, but anybody can do that. In an instant, Ranma let loose with his own aura, which glowed a brilliant blue. Though he was still holding back, it easily dwarfed Herb's, making his look like a lip match. Ranma took great pleasure in seeing the shock on Herb's face, then added, Oh, and by the way, Herb, you may be descended from a dragon, but you're not the only one. In less than an instant, Ranma blurred forward and slammed a fist into Herb's face, catching him totally off guard. Despite the immense protection offered by his aura, Ranma's knuckles broke the Musk ruler's nose. Herb's aura linked out with the impact. Before he could fall backward, Ranma then clamped his extended hand on the prince's throat and brought his face up close with his. Their eyes locked with each other, and that was when Herb noticed those slitted pupils. Less than his eyes. His eyes were like mine! Greater than. He looked down the length of Ranma's arm and saw the blood bond symbol. Though his throat was being squeezed, he managed a strangled gurgle. Why you are? Ranma snorted. HMPF. And it took you this long to figure it out? How pathetic. You were so full of yourself and your heritage, and you didn't even consider the possibility of others who might be dragon descendants. He tossed Herb to the ground, slamming him to the dirt several yards away. You haven't even begun to realize your potential, so let me show you what a dragon descendant can really do. Ranma let off a roar and triggered his transformation to his draconian form. At that point, Herb soiled his royal garments. Ranma's body instantly gained in height as his flesh took on a more scaly appearance. Leathery wings sprouted out from his back as his clothes reformed to accommodate them. His hands became talons and a reptilian tail sprouted from the small of his back. His overall build became more muscular and his head became more like that of a Komodo dragon with winged crests on each side. When the transformation ended, Ranma's draconian form stood at a height of 8 feet and looked as if he could tear the entire Japanese defense force to shreds with his bare hands, which he could. Crimson Fang had relocated itself from his back to hang on his belt on the left side. I was hoping he'd go to full dragon, but this is almost as good. Carisha commented as her eyes roamed over Ranma's body. So how do you like your musk princes, medium or extra crispy? Right, joked. WABOM. Herb was sent skyward from one uppercut to the jaw. As he reached the apex of his ascent, some 200 meters, Ranma suddenly appeared before him. The draconian fighter grabbed him by the front of his robes as he hovered in midair. Can you fly, almighty dragon prince? Ranma asked in a very sarcastic tone. He gave Herb a few double slaps before dropping him. As expected, Herb plummeted like a rock. I guess not. Shojin's pupil shrugged as he dived down, beating Herb to the ground and leaving a sonic boom in his wake. He then waited for the Musk Prince to make his landing. Herb desperately summoned up some wind currents to slow his descent. He managed to right himself and land on his feet before he hit the ground. However, Ranma was far from finished in teaching Herb his lesson in humility. He took a deep breath, then let loose with a torrent of mystic flames from his mouth like a flamethrower on steroids. The leader of the Musk dynasty screamed as he was caught in the blast. He vigorously began putting out the flames, which had ignited his clothes and his hair. What's the matter? Can't take the heat? Here, let me cool you off. Ranma reared back and gave his wings a mighty flap, which stirred up a gust of wind that would have smashed a dozen groves of trees. The fires were blown away, along with the Musk Prince. Swept up like a leaf, Herb was thrown an additional 50 feet. As the Musk Prince staggered back to his feet, his followers decided at that time to get involved. However, just as they began charging toward Ranma to aid their leader, 2 individuals appeared in their path, blocking their way. Carisha wagged a finger at the Musk warriors while shaking her head. Up, up, up. Stay out of this. Right nodded as he casually reared back with one hand then released a bolt of mystic lightning, blowing a huge crater in the ground in front of them. That display, along with the appearance of a very beautiful woman, stopped them in their tracks. Herb would have to fight his own battle, which was turning out to be a losing one. Herb was in pain like he had never felt before. It was a sensation that he was unused to feeling. As the leader of one of the most powerful tribes in existence, plus being a descendant from a dragon to boot, he had not thought there was anyone on Earth who could challenge him. However, Ranma was not only challenging the Musk Dynasty ruler, he was beating the royal snot out of him. As Herb went down for the umpteenth time, Ranma had thought he would make a good basketball. He was barely conscious. His body was bruised, burned and battered in places that he didn't even know he had. His pride was the only thing that kept him going at the moment. Ranma snorted in disgust as he watched the Musk Dynasty ruler struggle back to his feet. The arrogant leader just didn't know when to quit. "I will," gasped, "pay you back 10. No, 1,000 times for this outrage." Ranma shook his head as he easily swatted aside Herb's pitiful attacks, knocking him back down in the process. He let off a tired sigh as the Musk warrior fell to the ground, then decided that there wasn't any point to continuing the fight. His body shrank back down to its human form as he addressed the now beaten and broken Herb. "Stay down, almighty dragon prince," he said with a bit of sarcasm and pity. "This fight is over." With these words, he then delivered the coup de grace, which was a finger flick to the nose, albeit a super strong one. The force of his digit easily put Herb into La La Land. A little later, Ranma nodded as he and his childhood friends watched the Musk carry away their now unconscious ruler, then turned the two transformed dragons. "So how long were you two just going to stand there and watch? Well, it's not like you needed any help in fighting that pompous ass," Reich said with a smile and a shrug of his shoulders. He and his cousin then began laughing. Sojin's pupil shook his head while smiling. "What are you doing here? Even though it's good to see you," and he then looked about. He noticed that certain people were no longer present. I could have sworn there was a bunch of Amazons around here." He then picked them up, trying to mask their presence in a nearby grove of trees. "Oh, there they are. Oh, don't worry about them." Karishu waved off the warrior women. She snuggled up close to Ranma and took hold of an arm. "Come on, Ranma. We've got a lot of catching up to do." Wright nodded as he gave a sidelong glance to where the Amazons were hiding, raised up a hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the three disappeared in a huge bolt of lightning. Cologne motioned for her group to come out of hiding after the trio had disappeared. "Why we no go after Aaron?" Shampoo asked. "Not yet, child," the elder replied. "There is much to consider, especially since son-in-law has now just defeated the Musk Prince Herb. If I know Herb, he won't take that defeat lightly. And then there are those two others as well. That girl seems to be very familiar with him. Is she obstacle?" Shampoo cool. "You'd best not try anything just yet, at least not until I have more information." things had just become more interesting. Nodoka was quite startled when a bolt of lightning suddenly came down from the heavens and struck her backyard. However, instead of leaving a large smoking hole in the ground, she instead saw her son and two others appear. She immediately stopped what she had been doing and went out to greet her offspring and his two guests. Behind the house, Ranma frowned a bit at his rough and tumble childhood friend. "Right, can't you use a quieter teleport action spell than the Lightning Express?" The blue-haired teen smiled as he held up a hand and let a few sparks flash from his fingertips. "Hey, if you want to get to a place in a hurry, nothing beats it and it's got style. You just like to show off," Kurishu said while still holding onto Ranma's arm. Right shrugged while nodding. "Atu. Hello Ranma. I see you have brought guests." The three turned to see Ranma's mother come out of the house. Right and Kurishu immediately remembered what they had been taught about human mannerisms, particularly about Japanese customs, and bowed. "Somewhere else. You will pay for this," Herb gritted as one of his warriors was tending to his wounds. The others had set up camp for the night in a forest clearing just outside of Tokyo. "Your Majesty, you must rest," Myung pleaded as his ruler's anger was making him aggravate his injuries even further. "How can I rest?" Herb raged as his thoughts went back to his humiliating defeat. "That peasant made a mockery of me. A descendant of dragons. Begging your pardon, sir, but he was a dragon descendant too and a much more powerful one at that. That sword did belong to him and you really didn't have any right to it." Herb wasn't listening as he was still in a fit of rage. "I will tell you what is mine and what is not," he snapped. "That low-born crow will pay for humiliating me. That sword is mine by right, for only one of noble birth and lineage should have such a weapon. I will have it." "But sir," a low growl from his leader caused men to go silent. Apparently, pride and rage was clouding Herb's judgment and it would best for him to vent for a while. He gave a small bow to him before going off to help prepare the group for the night. Herb brooded for a long while as he sat on the mat his followers had prepared for him. His thoughts were of revenge and how to defeat the one who had totally overwhelmed him. How could a peasant such as he be a descendant to dragons? He had no royal blood within him, so how could he be more powerful? There had to be a way. If only he had access to more dragon power. It was at that moment that he began to feel an immense but erratic source of dragon energy heading toward the city. The power seemed uncontrolled and undisciplined, but he could sense a source of untapped raw potential. It was a potential that could easily be taken away. Herb began to smile, as fate seemed to have handed him a way to get back at Ranma. He immediately called for his warriors to give them new orders. Incomplete. Well, the Musk is really into seeing real girls and well,